know where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incubator. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to consume the world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Oh, whoa, let's try that again. Oh, all right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Who we got in the building? Shout out to Futoy. Welcome to the party. We got our boy Glow in Dark. Always a pleasure. Wicked Dream coming through with a Bronx tale last night. Welcome. What is good, guys? So just a little housekeeping real quick. I was kind of maybe I didn't let you guys know that I was taking Morty for a walk, or I don't know what happened. I know Wicked said he had to leave yesterday, but we watched the first movie. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to take Morty out. I played the TIJ throwback from Substack. I came back and everybody was gone. And so it was just me and Nikki. And I should have played through the movie, especially because it was her pick. But I was like, well, I mean, don't you want it when other people are around? And then I was like, I was kind of stuck. And I think I made the wrong decision. So we'll see if and when she gets here, what we want to do with that. We'll figure it out. You guys know I love you. But welcome to the party. So we have, for the first time in a while, we are covering a something that's not a debate. It's actually just a podcast conversation. If you remember, But yeah, if you remember, Tim Pool used to have the the Culture War podcast, and that shit every week was a banger. And I don't know what happened, but they just stopped doing it. But he did put out this conversation about therapy. And so, as a reminder, I did go to school for psychology. I have a degree in psychology, and I do think that there is a lot of value in the field. But therapy itself is way overused. Therapy speak is way overused. The conclusions found from psychological studies, which are studies, not experiments. It's not a hard science. It goes too far. And so, that's what I meant to do. I meant to put the poll being, is psychology a good science? Is it a bad science? Or is it just a science that's like, not there yet? And maybe we will do that in a bit. We also got Kevin Knox in the building. Welcome to the party. Indeed, we are talking about therapy and whether men should be in it. But the conversation kind of gets a little bit away from that and points to a direct through line with the rise of therapy and wokeness itself. It's definitely, it's not pseudoscience. It's just like the things that we've learned about how, like, we were just talking yesterday during the movie about internal locus of control versus external locus of control. Do you see the world based on, this stuff happens to me, or do you see the world based on how do I react to the world? Though that comes from psychology. And so there's definitely, that is scientific, and especially when you bring neurology into it, and you're actually talking about MRIs and looking at what neurons do. It's definitely science. But in terms of what gets trickled down from there into a therapy setting where you're sitting on the couch and all that, it ain't there. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the Culture War, because I fell off Tim a while ago, but I still really enjoyed the Culture War podcast conversations. And then they were just gone. Because I feel pretty much the same. It can be useful for some stuff, but a lot of people need a verbal slap in the face and to be held accountable. But talk therapy isn't for that kind of problem. Yeah. And my feelings therapy. Yeah, well, and so that's not even claiming to be a science. And like, there's definitely conservatives definitely have more of an internal locus of control. And yeah, so I like, as they'll discuss, there's you can't say that sharing your thoughts and feelings with someone in the appropriate context is bad. Like, you need to let stuff out. When and where and why and with who is really the question. So this kind of comes in more with the treatment. Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. Because all the trans stuff is directly connected to psychology. No bueno. All right, if you have not already, please do hit that like, and if you can't hear the video, do let me know.
So Matt Walsh started a bunch of controversy when he was talking about how men should not get therapy. Phil Labonte joined in saying therapy is not for men. And then, of course, I joined in. And then the response from the corporate press and from liberal pundits was to say, I'm the one, and Matt Walsh is the one, completely forgetting that Phil Labonte was kicking this thing off. But the argument that we were making is that therapy, this idea of talking out your problems to have someone to validate them, it's something that perhaps women need, and that doesn't work well for men. And the argument that I and many others made was that men should just start lifting heavy things and go work out and exercise, try and solve their problems. It's funny because I think, they say men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And I think that what we see mostly, at least, I guess, we'd call common sense, maybe not actually real sense or science. Women want their problems validated. They want their emotions and their feelings validated. Men want solutions. So a man says, this is what's bothering me. They expect someone to say, here's how you solve it. When a woman says, here's what's bothering me, she wants you to say, I understand you are right to be bothered by it. So we're going to talk a bit about this and, what we're seeing on this manosphere stuff and what's been going on with men's issues. And then also, I think we got a lot to talk about with free speech, because there's been a few big cases. Obviously, we just had the big debate that just happened recently with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. There were a lot of questions about whether or not they should even have that debate, because that it's profiteering or it's pushing bad ideas or whatever it might be. Actually, people were debating this. I think it was good. And then, of course, there was the Shiloh Hendricks case. A woman actually got criminally convicted for saying a naughty word. So today we've got,
and then there's also the Lindsay Clancy, I think it is, the lady that strangled her kids. Do you guys know? Are you familiar with that case? crazy. Yeah, definitely solid. And then you're looking at the poll, it seems that you guys are more or less agreeing that it's not that, therapy could never help anybody. But as Tim said, it's just we're not really wired for that. Shout out to Kevin Knox joining the Discord where the party rages on. There you go. And there she is, Nikki, Dark Angel. Welcome to the party. I was just talking about how I was up late wrestling with the decision of whether we should have watched the movie, and I apologize. We should have done that. You guys earned the double feature. And my thinking was that, you would want to watch it with other people in the chat. And so I was like, I'm doing you a favor, but then I don't know. So I apologize. We are going to make that up to you. Welcome to the party. He said women don't need therapy either. They need friendships with other women who are at the same stage of life they are. Men naturally offer solutions when women are just looking for commiseration. Very true. Very true. I do think, however, that there is a little bit more of a spectrum than it being black and white, because I'm definitely somebody who is more akin to, if I'm going through something, just to rant about it and just be like, yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Sometimes I just need the validation that what I'm upset about is worth being upset about. And then it's like, okay, cool. I don't need a solution. Shit'll figure itself out. I'll figure it out. But so I mean, there definitely is a spectrum, but it's definitely more the women who need to just, oh, that sucks. That sucks. Welcome to the party. Kevin, before we dive in, said it needs to be reserved for people who have actual PTSD. Agreed. In situations like that, I don't know how we could say that it's not helpful for someone to be talking out their issues. But even then, arguably, somebody who, maybe another veteran who is from a different generation, meaning a different war, has been through this shit, maybe 10 years older than you or whatever, maybe talking to them might be even better. And I'm sure there are veteran-specific therapists, and I'm sure that the top therapists in any niche are probably good and probably helpful and probably are looking to look for an end date. That's the clearest sign of a grift in therapy. Are they looking to find an end point so that from the very beginning, you should be like, all right, where do we want to finish this? This shouldn't be an ongoing thing. The idea that you're going to the same doctor for 10 years, that's a grift. That's a grift. Yeah. So, yeah, I definitely think there's a spectrum. But, it's not the same thing where if I have an actual problem in my life and you're just like, oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, it sucks. What the fuck do I do about it? Those are the things that I'm more likely to talk about than things that are going on just with me, especially in a context like this. He said people need therapy for real trauma, not because they had a bad day. Men can vent to each other, but women keep taking away all your men's spaces. Oh wait, I didn't have that. We have this. I didn't finish that from last night. Delete. Great. Before we dive back in, Wicked said women boost other women, and will not be honest. What women need is to talk to a man about a problem and actually listen to get it solved. Most of the time, women want to complain and not fix it. So I think those are two separate things there. There's the aspect of, as we were discussing, just kind of getting it out so that you can vent and get that validation, oh yeah, that really does suck. And then there's the next part of, well, I want, yes, you've acknowledged that this sucks, and I want you, whoever the you is, to fix it because it's not my fault because I'm going through whatever. And so it is definitely a gendered thing, but I'm sticking with the spectrum.
Actually got criminally convicted for saying a naughty word. So today we've got a fancy doctor here. Who are you?
I'm Dr. Chloe Carmichael. I'm a clinical psychologist and author of a new book about the mental health benefits of free speech. Can I say that? Why free speech matters and how to use it fearlessly.
Very cool. But we'll start with this. Men don't need therapy. My claim.
Yeah, so it's funny because even though I am a clinical psychologist, to be honest, I'm almost embarrassed to say it these days because I'm starting to think that maybe you're right. Maybe men don't need therapy. And frankly, maybe women and children don't really need it either, the way that it's being practiced today.
The way it's being practiced today. And what do we always talk about when it comes to these, specifically the culture war issues of, this is my job. And so when we have the abortion debates, well, the pro-choice advocate can't publicly be like, oh yeah, I guess we are committing murder. Same thing with the trans. Like if you're a parent of a trans kid, then you can't really ever get to, I fucked up, because then you have to accept, and they are going to talk a little bit about cognitive dissonance, that you really fucked up. You're on sickness. Yeah, exactly. So are you. That's what a spectrum is. This is why if you're a woman, you need friends at the same stage of life as you to be friends with. I'm brutally honest. I'm a brutally honest person. I think it's kinder to be honest than lie. Great. Great. All right.
Women and children don't really need it either, the way that it's being practiced today. So Matt Walsh did this really great, he did a few episodes on this in the past several months about really some lack of integrity issues within the field of psychology. And he pointed out, for example, whether it be other fields like, cardiology or, neonatology or, medicine, we've come up with penicillin, we've had open heart surgery, all the other fields have had all these amazing breakthroughs and discoveries. Whereas psychologists and psychiatry doesn't honestly really seem to be coming up with anything. And in fact, we've been responsible for some of the worst stuff. Like this is the industry that, brought you, say, the trans ideology.
Yep. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Super L abortion. Indeed. You're the exception to the rule. Yeah, some women are reasonable, but more are not than are. Very true. I think we've got to understand that what we do here is a very niche thing. And so we are the weird ones, sometimes in a good way and sometimes, not such a good way, but we are the weird ones. We are so far from the average person. Maybe not in every single way, but certainly politically and culturally speaking, we are very different. We are very different. Most people don't do what we do. Most people don't spend hours, 20, 30 hours a week sitting and talking about this stuff. Most people don't sit around and watch live streams. That's weird, but it's good weird if you ask me. I think anything that we talk about here, we have to keep that in mind, that we are, we are the different ones. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. I just have no respect for abortion advocacy, but I at least appreciate the honesty of the ones who can admit they're killing a person and don't care. Agreed. It's crazy, but at least, we're starting with honesty. Addressing the actual position instead of what you think you're supposed to say.
This is the industry that, brought you, say, the trans ideology or lobotomies, or even, frankly, a lot of this SSRI stuff, which, there's some real questions. Matt Walsh mentioned that Nature magazine, even in 2022, ran a huge piece about questioning, are these drugs even helping people at all? And so I think that these are all very good questions.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that's too broad. There are definitely people who have their symptoms of depression, anxiety, whatever that stuff, that it addresses those symptoms. Just say just blanketly, oh, this doesn't work. That's just not the case. What does work actually mean, though? So if you're somebody who is, deeply depressed, and then you get put on this medication and you're able to function because, this, that, and the other is firing differently, then that is working. But is that the best way to solve the issue? And B, what kind of side effects, at what cost? They not like us. Shout out to Jake Barr. He had a funny clip with Bryce Shap today covering the Candace and Andrew thing. Thanks. I'm also now identifying as a strong lesbian transgender woman of color. There's actually a girl on TikTok who, should we do that side quest? Yeah, why not? Why not? I think I reposted it, right? Yep.
I am black. Even though I was assigned white at birth, I want to use my
what am I
platform to
doing?
educate people about transracial identities, racial dysphoria, racial
Where's the
passing,
fucking copy
racial
link?
euphoria, and the harmful ideology of TERFs. That stands
Sorry, well,
for I am
whatever.
black. Even
We'll get the you'll get the idea. We don't have to listen to the whole thing, but
though I was assigned white at birth, I want to use my platform to educate people about transracial identities, racial dysphoria, racial passing, racial euphoria, and the harmful ideology of TERFs. That stands for transracial exclusionary feminists.
TERFs are jealous of trans women.
These are some of the worst people on earth. They're worse than Hitler. Dare I say they're even worse than Donald Trump. So if you...
it's actually, she's a white girl saying, well, I'm transracial, and so all these TERFs not accepting me. And it's starting to get to that point of the ridiculousness. We have the WNBA stuff, all that shit. And he said Freud was a fraud, but nobody wants to talk about that. Actually, that is like day one psychology 101 stuff, where they're like, hey, all right, we have the grandfather of the psychology here, but he was a cokehead that never stopped thinking about sex with his mother. So they do definitely say that. Shout out to 420 TV. Welcome. So Jubal did better than I thought he would on Jubilee, but he still got wrecked. I tweeted out about how I'm so glad that I don't even, because they copyright everything, even though they're like, oh, we want you to have this discussion. And so I'm just so glad that I don't even have to think about whether or not we're covering that shit. It's just the worst WWE type debate setting. I mean, Candace and Andrew was pretty bad, but not as bad as that. What does doing well in those really mean? Yeah, I did watch that though. I think it's worth a watch if you got nothing else to do, but I wouldn't plan your day around it. Oh, got him. There you go. Exactly. And so, like, the idea that Rachel Dolezal got so much hate, and now it's at a level where you have to be cloaked in 7 layers of irony to even get that response. Crazy. Yeah, I can't even deal with that. I'm glad. Yeah. All right. Let's dive back in, yeah.
And so I think that these are all very good questions.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I have friends who have taken, and so let me pause real quick. Let me clarify what I mean by therapy. Guys need help sometimes.
Sure.
But what we describe as therapy tends to be you sit on the couch, you look at the fancy doctor, and you talk about your problems, and the fancy doctor says your problem's back at you, something like that, right? It's a little bit more in depth. I'm just being a bit.
How does that make you feel?
I'm being a bit of a dick. But so I have friends who get therapy, and I've said stop. And I'll tell you why. So I have friends who have taken antidepressants, go to therapy, and I said, bro, your therapist is a dealer. They're a drug dealer, and they're validating your problems. Yeah, I do. I like Jung, and I like what's his name, Piaget. But again, we should think of those people, even Freud, as more philosophers than scientists by far. Gaily, so that you stay paying them, and then you're taking the drugs instead of solving your problem, improving your life, and getting away from this. So my concern in my personal experience with this like therapy world is that I've seen friends who have an issue. Let's say they're struggling financially. It's making them depressed. They can't seem to figure out their problems. They get a therapist who says things like, I understand why you're mad. These things are unfair. Yes, that is a problem. They're not life coaches. Whoa. I just went to look at, whether if the badge changing, if it was like, did you accidentally sign up at another level or something? I clicked on your thing, and apparently, like how on Twitch, you can pull up the chat history. Oh man, that is helpful. I don't know. Shout out to the orange badge. It looks yellow on my side, but either way.
King said, based on Dave's stream being titled Candace One, it's interesting to see how he got there if it's a serious title. I don't know. It's really interesting how people are split on that, but it's very clear that the Candace people are looking to. Oh, Andrew didn't know the names of the charges, so he loses. It's like, you guys all realize that the planning of this was public, and the Andrew thinks there's overwhelming evidence was just an add-on at the very end to get her in the chair. He was like, yeah, I'll throw that away. Crazy. And then, even shout out to Jesse on Fire. He was just saying, oh, Candace won, just embarrassed. It's a weird thing. It's weird. The one he's arguing with is a total grifter, typical hot chick on the grift. All right, we're going to have to call that out. Because what if when you're awake, it's really a dream, and when you're dreaming, it's reality. Right now, we're just in the same dream. Whoa, dude. All right, that Megan.
These things are unfair. Yes, that is a problem. They're not life coaches. I don't even trust life coaches. And they're also not mentors. So what my friend needs to hear is, he needs to hear a drill sergeant. Get off your ass, go for a hike, lose some weight, do some push-ups, and start thinking about your job and what you can do to make more money so you can get out of this problem. Or outright just saying, I'm going to help you make more money. I got a job. My buddy needs a bunch of bags moved. We'll pay you $50. It's an extra work.
That was him, right? I just saw a thumbnail where Jake was talking about the reactions, and it looked like it was Jesse on Fire on Jake's thumbnail. Did he cover that? That's funny. I gotta take a look at that.
My buddy needs a bunch of bags moved. We'll pay you $50. It's an extra work. It's extra shit. But he's not getting it. He's getting told that his feelings are valid, and I understand your problems. That is bad. She should not have said those things to you. It is not your fault. The economy is just not good right now. And so when he asks, and not just one person, but when they ask, like, how do I stop feeling this way? They say, why don't you take these drugs?
And again, I do think that is an simplification of what talk therapy is, and is a great explanation of the worst of therapy. But therapists definitely do push back. I don't know if you guys have ever done therapy. I've done therapy a couple times, and being brainwashed in the school of psychology that this is just what everybody does, and it's really good for you, whatever. Now, the only part of it that really helped me was the fact that just for this 1 hour, for the whole week, everything, I'm not expected to remember this, care about that, whatever. It's just me. And I mean, even though I've got a lot of things that I'm juggling while we're on stream, that's pretty much it. This is, I get more of the mental health aspect from this than I do from therapy, and I get the social aspect of talking to you guys. So, Andrew Wilson met his match. He finally met someone who doesn't value facts and talks around the question. Candace is the perfect person to debate Andrew. Oh, wait a minute. I'll give you that. You got me. You're gonna be like, Candace is so amazing. All right, let's talk about therapy. Remember to hit that goal, guys. Get rid of those ads.
When they ask, like, how do I stop feeling this way? They say, why don't you take these drugs? And it's not solving any of their problems. That being said, as much as I can say men don't need it, you mentioned even women and children too. And I think I understand, because anyone who's old enough has met a woman who's going to say, I just want you to hear me out. Mm-hmm. Whereas men are going to be like, I'm trying to solve the problem. But I still think this same industry is over medicating, and it's bad for women too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so you said a lot of things there. And for example, this idea of therapists in particular would be typically psychiatrists that are prescribing the drugs as if they're kind of like dealers. And yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said for that. In fact,
well, psychiatrists specifically, that's why if you are going to be in therapy like that, you're supposed to have a psychologist and a psychiatrist if you need the medication. So psychology is more on the talk therapy and the study of behavior side, whereas psychiatry is where you're going to get an MD, and prescribing drugs. And the idea that a psychiatrist is going to spend a lot of time talking to you about your problem, that's not what they do. That's what a psychologist is for. Psychiatrist is explicitly for, okay, which drug do you need? So the psychiatry is definitely more of a problem here than people just going and talking to somebody who's going to reaffirm whatever bullshit they have. Both are bad, but one is worse than the other. Hey, shout out to our boy Wicked Dream with the $5. Indeed. Hey there. Oh, of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And no more ads for the rest of the night. Shout out to Wicked Dream, the new sponsor of the stream. And that gets us started on next week's movie goal. We've got 5 out of 250. And for the stream, we've got 1 out of 15 donos of any amount. And 5 out of 75. Thank you so very much, sir. Wicked Dream. Very, very, very much appreciated. And I say yes.
Whole Lindsay Clancy situation right now is a case in point of how that can really go awry. But another way that I think therapists can, be seen with other professions is almost like these sharky lawyers, where it's like, well, people are like, well, my therapist says, that you're mistreating me and da 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 da.
Yep.
And so these therapists will sit and listen to somebody, and they're only hearing one side of the story, obviously, but they'll, kind of feed the person like these lines or this framing or it sounds like your parents are toxic. Maybe you should cut them off, right? And so I think that there's a lot of ways that therapists can harm, men as well as women and children.
Now that you say that, Nikki, you're saying when I was a child, psychiatry was different than it is now. I personally haven't been to any kind of therapist or mental health or whatever, probably in at least 10 years. And like I've told you, when I was in school, it was all weird girls that are 1,000% leftist, blue-haired people now. So, I mean, maybe it's gotten even worse. I don't see how it's gotten any better.
And then you also mentioned like the fancy doctor. And that's the thing, too, is that a lot of therapists, it's kind of a generic term. A lot of them are, to be honest, not that bright. A lot of them, a lot of them have gone through really nothing but a certificate program that puts just a bunch of fancy letters after their name. The average member of the public doesn't even know, what is a quote therapist? They just have this idea in their mind, like, well, that's a doctor and that's an expert. And
I'd be very interested to see how, like, the average, like, if you were the same person with the same problem and you go in the 80s, how do they treat it? Same, everything the same, but it's 1990, 1995, 2010. I'd be very curious.
More than I do, and I should do, follow their advice. Like if I had a broken leg and the doctor tells me stay off your leg for 6 weeks and take this medicine, I would kind of do it somewhat without questioning. And a lot of people do the same thing without understanding that the therapist may not actually even have been through a competitive admissions program. It could just be somebody somebody that just signed up for
talking more about like LMPD or some shit like that.
You were mentioning
so where do you know her from? And two, what is her grift? Like so far, she's just saying we all agree with what Tim is saying, and she's so far just agreed.
Lindsay Clancy was that her name?
Yeah, the mom who killed her 3 children.
Yeah. Do you want to break that down for people who don't know?
Oh, beautiful. Happened? Okay, so yeah, this is a crazy thing. I'm glad they're going over this. If you haven't heard, this lady killed her 3 kids by strangling them with exercise bands. Planned out the whole thing. They have the whole thing with her search history. She planned it out, sent her husband out, all that stuff. And there's a huge cohort of women who are just like, well, hey, this is postpartum depression. That's just how women are. It's like, I mean, if that's the argument that you want to make, then you are definitely making the argument that women should not vote. Hey, wait, yeah, LMP. Welcome. Maybe subconsciously, I was just throwing out letters. I know one of the like licensed medical practitioner of therapy or something like that. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe you were stuck in the back of my mind. Welcome. He said some of the therapies I was subjected to wouldn't be used now. It would be considered abuse, and vice versa. Some of the things that would have been considered abuse back then are now gender affirming. That is the problem with not being honest enough about what psychology and the study of psychology can do and has done. People want to go full bore and like, oh, this is the science. This is the science. Like, I mean, okay, but that's exactly the point of why you don't trust the science. You trust the results of the process of science.
Yeah, so Lindsay Clancy is a mom in Massachusetts, and she recently sent her husband out, who was by all accounts, it seems a really wonderful man who was just trying to be very supportive. She'd been through a lot of mental health issues, been to a bunch of therapists, a bunch of psychiatrists and other situations. And she sent her husband out to get some food because she said she didn't feel like cooking. She was too tired. And could he also please go to the store to get some medication? She allegedly, they say, seems to have arranged for him to have left the house for a period of time, during which time, this is hard to say, but she took their 3 beautiful children, I believe ranging in age from 8 months to 6 years old, and took them into the basement and strangled them.
And then, them to death.
She was a labor and delivery nurse, I believe. So it's kind of interesting.
Of course. I haven't been following the case itself too closely. I just, I see the idiot saying that stuff on TikTok. But of course, it's always the nurses, the nurse practitioner, this, that. Why? Nurses are fucking crazy.
She was a labor and delivery nurse, I believe. So it's kind of interesting that her then alleged suicide attempt involved making what are...
We got to give that a dilly. Little do you know, for Lana, it does.
Were apparently unsuccessful slits at her throat and her wrists, which as a nurse, it's kind of surprising that she wouldn't do that,
properly.
Exactly. And then jumped out of a 2nd-story window. She's now paralyzed from the waist down. And this was in, I believe, 2022 or 3. And it's at trial now. But,
what is the claim? So the claim was that she was on a bunch of drugs that made her nuts.
Yeah, well, so that is the defense, is that she was...
We'll get into that in a second. So I think we got 14 votes there. We'll end it there. Should men go to talk therapy? I would go with only in rare situations, because when you say it's up to the person, there's definitely an aspect, like I was saying before, that therapy isn't going to be necessarily a bad experience. It might be bad for you. It might be bad for your mindset, but the act of going in, sitting down and talking, that may not necessarily be unpleasant, even if it leads to bad things. And so I would say that there are rare situations where somebody does actually need a professional who understands either they're a sociopath or something like that. Those situations. So I would go only in rare situations. It's not worth it to just, kind of just do it, whatever. And I even, before I started the channel, I didn't have anybody to talk to, and I didn't have the money to go see, to go see anyone. Like when I was younger, I was on my parents' insurance, so they're paying for it. But so I tried BetterHelp. You've seen BetterHelp. Every YouTuber in the world is sponsored by BetterHelp. What a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. It's basically Uber for therapists. Meaning that these are people who are typically, they have their own practice, or they're working at a practice, and they work all day, and then they're not getting paid enough. So they come home and they log on to BetterHelp and do more therapizing. But these people are burnt the fuck out. I went through 4 different therapists on BetterHelp before I was like, this is just not a good thing at all. Now, it's natural that when you start therapy, whether it's in person or online, that, you talk to somebody and it doesn't really fit. You try this person, you try that person. The first guy that I got, he fucking rage quit on me. He fucking rage quit. I was just talking about, my life in general and just giving him my life story and, talking about, like, I don't really get along with my mom and, I'm not really that close to my siblings. And he's already psychoanalyzing me. I'm like, yo, whoa. Can we just, like, get this, the blueprint here before, you try to figure it all out? And again, the opposite of, let's keep you as a customer forever because it's Uber for therapists. They're already doing shit during the day. So the first guy rage quit, and then I don't even remember, but it was just very clearly not something that the therapists who are on BetterHelp cared about. And so what is worse than having shit that you're dealing with is having shit that you're dealing with, going to a professional and them getting mad at you. I don't know. I don't understand how BetterHelp still has so many people that are willing to support them. I can only imagine it's because nobody who hawks that shit has ever used it. But in the same way, like Honey's been blown up. The little thing to get the coupon codes, and they were stealing money, all that shit. Everyone was like, oh, it's the free Honey app. And now nobody's willing to touch that. It's coming soon for BetterHelp. Yep. Shout out to 50 Midgy. Welcome. So unfortunately, affordable programs like BetterHelp are new and not great. I mean, they're not that new. All the great therapists end up opening private practices. Yep. And so that is, leading into the aspect of what I said before, that I'm sure the best sports psychologist is going to be able to help you. If you're in that. The best veteran therapist is probably going to be able to help you if you need that. But in general, they all just fucking bullshit. Fuck you. Most of Lindsay's sessions were done via Zoom. One person, and I can't recall which one, saw her in person one time. It may have been the psychiatrist, and it was a 20-minute appointment. Yeah, and so just like the trans stuff, this is just a business. This is just how do we flip tables? How do we flip crazies? Insane. So she's going through that. We'll let her tell the story there. So my dad worked at a mental institution when I was a child, and because I was technically a ward of the state until I was adopted, I had a lot of psychiatry. Plus Canadian healthcare, that's sporadic. Oh, Canada. Like anything else, don't let your personal bad experience paint the whole industry with a bad brush. That's why I'm pushing back on just saying, oh, nobody should do it, or oh, these drugs don't help anybody. That's just not the case. It's the fact that everything is overused. Shout out to Arthur. Welcome to the party. Nah, I disagree. Again, I disagree. I think there's definitely I just need to get this out. I think that is completely normal. But it's just spectrum. Yep. I heard there was somebody who, I'm sure many, but I heard a story of somebody who was, I think they were homeless and they were depressed. And they were like, well, how about me? I'm good.
Drugs that made her nuts.
Yeah, well, so that is the defense, is that she was prescribed a bunch of, SSRIs and various other drugs that, may have kind of destabilized her. And she's saying that she heard a voice. So she's, I believe, claiming postpartum psychosis, saying she heard a voice that told her that she should do this. And I've been watching the testimony, and honestly, the so-called healthcare providers that are testifying to me are just evidence of why, just as a public service announcement to people watching, people need to be really careful about just trusting, these so-called providers, because
so-called providers, indeed. Shout out to equality and deference, because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said, like, and share. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, you guys know that stuff is free and easy and help out so very, very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Send it to your grandma, send it to your friend, send it to your neighbor, whoever, even if they don't click on it. As long as you tell the platform you want more people to show it, they will show it to more people. Well, I say this about the crazy bitch who murdered her 3 kids and then the husband getting blamed. That's what they're talking about right now. But the broader discussion is men in therapy with a heavy dose of psychology caused trans. That's about the long and short of how far we've got. Welcome to the party.
They've made statements that I've observed during some of these testimonies that to me are really shocking. And I think Lindsay's defense has a very legitimate, claim to say, hey, she may have been misprescribed and, other things. On the other.
Yeah, it's always a trial and error with these SSRIs. And that's why I was not, when I got my anxiety medication, the doctors wanted to try SSRIs. And I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, I used to abuse this shit. So I used to abuse it. And I was never really addicted to the benzos, like the Xanax and stuff. It was more the painkillers that I was addicted to. The Xanax just gave it a little kick. And so, like, I understood how it responded to my body, and that it was right for me. And because of the fact that benzos are addictive, a lot of doctors don't want to to prescribe them, but it fucking works, man. It fucking works. I said therapy is gay.
Hand by Lindsay's own defense narrative, my understanding is that she wasn't necessarily taking these medications properly as prescribed, and
science, right? Science. That's science.
She wasn't necessarily being forthcoming in various different ways either. So again, back to Matt Walsh. He says he thinks maybe they should all go to jail.
Yeah, but there's still the question of, do you think
does Tim's mic sound weird? I feel like I'm getting I feel like it's maybe the main mic isn't working and some other boom mic or something. Does his voice sound weird compared to hers?
They should all go to jail.
Yeah, but there's still the question of, do you think the real reason she killed her kids was because she was whacked out on goofballs?
So personally, I don't accept that. No, because I think it's like something like 1/3 to 1/4 of moms are on SSRIs and various drugs like that. Just full disclosure, I'm a mom and I'm not on any of those types of drugs.
That's crazy.
I know. And then at the same time, this is the same industry or, related academic industries that are constantly telling people to drink less and less and less alcohol, right? And telling people if you have, even a drop, even a beer, you're increasing your risk of cancer and all these other things. It wouldn't surprise me if we learn, in a decade that it was the big pharma that's like underwriting all of this research, like demonizing alcohol.
Hold on there. I gotcha. Is it? Well,
listen closer, because if you have headphones or earbuds, it's probably more difficult if you're just watching it from your phone. I mean, it doesn't matter. I notice these little things, but I was just wondering if I'm crazy.
Underwriting all of this research, like demonizing alcohol.
Hold on there. I gotcha. Is it because you're saying a couple of beers might make you feel better?
Yeah, well, I think a couple of beers certainly does. It makes people, as Jordan Peterson says, it makes them enthusiastic and extroverted, which is
kids.
It makes people social. It's a social lubricant. It gets people, socializing and being together.
Lubricants.
Again, Matt Walsh did an amazing episode recently about how the founding fathers were oftentimes like bombed out of their minds when they were
nuts. The bar tab for like the what was it, after the revolution or whatever? After the
Hey, we got Olivia in the building. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, another Candace supporter, right? I don't know. Everybody is split. I haven't seen really. I mean, obviously, the Crucible crew is going to be automatically for Andrew, no matter what. But I haven't really seen a clear demarcation of where you can expect people to fall. It really is a free-for-all.
The bar tab for like the what was it, after the revolution or whatever, after the signing of the Treaty of Versailles or whatever, like the bar tab was like 50 bottles of whiskey.
Exactly.
And
Exactly. But Big Pharma would rather
Let's
that, you know,
go.
we all go completely sober and then, you know, just take all of these pills. And I just want to say, like, again, I don't want to be black and white about this. Like, I think therapy can help some people, and it helped me, right? So as a teenager and as a young person, I've been to therapy and I have found it helpful. But
And that's, again, why I want to, you know, as we were saying before, I apologize who said it, but painting with too broad of a brush. I think that while it's very important to discuss, hey, these are the issues with talk therapy, let's not pretend that somebody who's going to, like, neck themselves and they go and talk to somebody that can't help. Like, I used to work at, when I was in college, I needed to do an internship to get my degree, and I was the phone operator at a self-deletion hotline. That was crazy. You got extra credit for doing the night shift, so I'd go in 11 p.m. and be there till like 6 or 7, and weird shit. And so it's basically, you know, it's just held at this church. So I would bring Morty with me, and we'd just hang out. They had a little TV, and I'd just be watching TV. The phone rings, like, here we go. Just like, hey, this is whatever. How can I help you, or what's going on, or whatever. And ironically, most of the people, they weren't self-deletion calls. They were more just like in crisis, where it's like you just need somebody to let you know, hey, here's what's going on. And it's not like I hadn't even graduated yet, much less had any kind of license. And so we couldn't give active advice. The whole thing was just like, keep the people talking, because talking helps. But again, it's talking to anyone. Let me say it was a licensed therapist in Ohio, but marketing in Houston paid so much more. Well, dilly. There you go. Self-completion. Yeah, right? Complete your life.
I feel like the industry has.
Ooh, that's a good verbiage. You should go complete your life.
Therapy, and I have found it helpful, but I feel like the industry has maybe taken a left turn, literally and figuratively. In fact, like,
it's exactly what she said earlier. Exactly what she said. Quality said, my voice to peeps complaining sewer pipe. You don't have the balls to do it. You're welcome. I don't like that. There's definitely been, you know, some dark moments where it's like you never think that you're gonna get there, and then you get there, and it's like, this is not funny.
Like 90 to 95% of therapists identify as leftists, which is another. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, even
those things are very limited. If she calls the hotline, because it would be, you know, college college undergrads. There's just only so much you can do. And so, like, if I remember there's one time a guy called from his parents were away, and he was in his closet with a knife. And, you know, I can't, unless it's immediate, I can't do anything but talk. And so, like, you know, I'm trying to get him to, you know, like, how about we just get out of the closet and we sit on the couch? How about we put the knife in the other room, and, like, just buying time? And then a lot of times people are just like, yeah, you know, I don't want to do this. I was just in a dark spot.
Even the rudimentary element of therapy, right? Just talking to people, it's fine. So something that what I largely don't like about it is just sort of affirming the problem with the individual. But if we're talking about the most basic form of, you know, you're someone who is experiencing some, you know, issues, depression or whatever, and someone can talk.
Shout out to Colby. Welcome.
That's fine. We do it with our friends. The bigger concern, however, is first when it becomes locking you into the problem because they want you to keep coming back to therapy. And then the worst thing about it, of course, is when it gets to the point of drugs, when they say, okay, go talk to a doctor now because you need, I think you'll need some antidepressant or whatever. And then I think our brains are fried on these drugs. I think it makes people nuts. I think men don't need medication. Look, obviously sometimes somebody does. Some people think they see, you know, purple elephants or whatever. Who knows? I think most guys just need to do some push-ups.
And women too.
Women exercise.
Speaking of push-ups, guys, hit that goal and make me mentally healthy and physically healthy with doing those push-ups.
Yeah.
Helps release, you know, like endorphins and makes people feel better. I'm not going to go tell women to start, you know, doing, bench presses or anything like that. So there's a question of like, what could women do that's going to help them alleviate some of that depression? But for guys, it's certainly just, go punch a bag.
Yeah, well, women probably work out differently than men, but I mean, so by the way, I'm not even literally practicing psychology right now. I haven't practiced in several years, largely because I've become so disillusioned, with the whole field, and because I've become really busy and fulfilled being a wife and a mother and an author. But just
real quick, are you?
Oh my goodness. The Funk Master General, my goodness, with the 10 gifted memberships. Eat it. Yeah. Lazy boy. Thank you. So, very, very much, sir. Of course, shout out to John, Yeshua, Caucasian Sasquatch, Trigger, Little Toes, Kelly, White Buffalo, Zach Clark, Fair Light Day, and Clarington Mundo the Third. You guys are all now members, which means you get to be part of the members only after party. Thank you. So, very, very much getting us up there for our goals. 35 out of 250 for the weekly goal. And for tonight, we got 2 out of 15 donos and 35 out of 75, which, of course, our sponsor is, as always, the Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good to see ya. The purple elephants are real. They want you to take the drugs, but it's actually memory drugs. Because if you know about the purple elephants, then they'll lead you right to the Epstein files. So they gotta, spike the water, put the fluoride in the water, so that you don't see the purple elephants. There we go. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, we love it. We love you so very, very much. Olivia said therapy has left us because the profession does not pay, not because there is money in doing it. Say more on that. What exactly do you mean? Okay, so explain it to us. No smart person does psychiatry over doing boob jobs. It's literally 100 times the pay. So you're saying the leftists are stupid, so they do talk therapy. Is that what I'm getting? We can say it. Yeah, they're real. They're real. All right. Thank you so very, very much. Again, to our boy. Let's get back into therapy for men.
Mother and an author. But
just real quick, are you a medical doctor or a science doctor?
I'm a clinical psychologist. So I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I cannot prescribe drugs with my current training, but as a clinical psychologist, most states.
I have to. I'm sorry, I keep causing, but it's so funny. I would say probably mid to late 90s. There was a new technology for doing stitches inside the body. Like if you're operating on a liver or something, I don't fucking know, and you have to cut open the liver and then you sew it back up. Instead of opening up the whole chest cavity and getting your hands in there, they had these little things that almost look like the old people grabbers, where it has a trigger and then it goes down and it has the clamp thing. It was similar to that. And before it went into use, then my dad had a little practice thing where it was those two things, and it was like a foam thing where he had to go in and make the different kind of stitches, and he had to practice because he had to get good at it. And it was amazing. It was amazing because Papa Lutch is the clumsiest fucking dude in the world. I don't know if you remember the GQ cover thing that I got for him for a Father's Day, but it was like 10 ways to not spill all over yourself. Because I've never seen him eat a meal and not spill on himself. I've never seen him, and he didn't bump into something or something. But when it comes to the dexterity of, what am I trying to say? The operations, then he was locked in. That muscle memory is crazy. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to David Gillespie. Laparoscopic surgery? Yeah, I think that. Well, hold on. Let's see if we can get laparoscopic scopic practice kit, practice set. Let's see if that is. What do we got here? So yeah, it was similar to this. This is gonna be a newer one that has a screen on it, but yeah, essentially the same thing. So you use the things, and then you're tying the stitches in here. Now again, this one has a screen, but when Papa Lutch was doing old school, he just had to go feel for it. Thank you, and welcome to the party.
Drugs with my current training biology. I cannot prescribe drugs with my current training, but as a clinical psychologist, most states would let me take a few extra courses, and then which I wouldn't do, but to me, this is part of the whole problem, is that then I could start pulling out a prescription pad and writing prescriptions. Likewise, in the reverse, the majority of psychiatrists who are the medical doctors who write prescriptions, or nurse practitioners, many of them have very, very, very little training in actual psychotherapy.
Now, here's the question for these. I guess what psychiatrists are the ones who do the medication, and psychologists do the research and is that the proper way to do it?
Psychiatrists can also do research. Everybody can do research, but clinical psychologists are going to be the ones that have the most training and expertise in talk therapy.
So for those that can prescribe medication, assuming the individual doesn't experience anything like, they take their own life or commit a crime, there's no real repercussions for someone who's prescribing another person a medication.
Have you guys seen the movie Painkiller with, is it Matthew Broderick, right? That's Ferris Bueller, who plays the guy at the head of the Sackler family that was working with Purdue and created OxyContin. Just created a whole fucking epidemic. And didn't committed crimes, but didn't get any bullshit. I think there might have been some fine or something, but that was about it. We said, if we want great therapists and no fat people, pay therapists. More than Coca-Cola marketing. Same for kids and reading and LGBT stuff. Pay smart people to care or don't. I think that's a little simplified. I think that the idea of the market, the fact that people aren't getting paid for therapy speaks more to the fact that people aren't getting help from therapy. Typically, if you want to get paid more, or if we want to pay more for something, then there has to be a value exchange there. And so that's also why I put, I guess I didn't, but I was going to ask you guys, if you think that, like, in the future, psychology could be a more rigorous study. I think it can, but who knows? I think I'm intelligent enough to go to med school, but I'm not steady enough to be a surgeon. Psychiatry doesn't require manual dexterity, but it's still a lot of school. Yup. We get paid. Well, and that's part of the problem then. That you get paid a lot to give the drugs, but you don't get paid a lot to talk to people. And so instead of saying we should pay therapists more, I think we want to move away from therapy in and of itself. That it's a rare thing that someone would need therapy. We have other mechanisms for helping people with mental health.
Maybe detrimental if it's like not quantifiable. So for example, like, let's say you got the ability you got a prescription pad and you're like, you know what? I think Adderall will do you good. And you just write a prescription for Adderall. Let's say, they didn't really need it, but there's not going to be any serious ramifications to the point where you could get in trouble for that. And if Like there's no scenario where they come to you and say you wrongly prescribed someone, is there?
No, probably not for something so, minor as what you're describing. And I say minor because there's no, like nobody died. It would be really hard to create a malpractice suit out of that. But even outside of prescriptions, especially when we're talking about children, I think that these diagnoses can be really harmful. So for example, my own son, he was, when he was in kindergarten, like most boys, he didn't want to sit still on the story time rug. And wouldn't you know it, the kindergarten teacher, and this is at a very nice, expensive private Christian school, says to me, I would like to have your son evaluated, because he keeps, hopping around on the rug.
Oh, hey, oh no.
So I said, okay, sure. And so I said, I just want to observe it though. And so this evaluator, I would outrank her way up in terms of differences in training. And I observed multiple errors that she made in her assessment, just like objective, quantifiable errors on her testing process.
Yeah, I agree, Olivia. Psychology is far more scientific than people want to admit. The things we study and what is possible is scary. I agree, but that doesn't mean that the people who think, therapy is complete bullshit, that they don't have a reason to think that. There's a lot of overusage. And so it's nuanced. It's very, very nuanced.
And at the end of her whole testing process, she said, I think that your son has a sensory motor disorder and he needs to have an accommodation to be able to lie on his stomach during story time. And he needs to be, all this other stuff. And I said, no, if you give him that accommodation, he's just going to turn it into now he's going to roll around or whatever. So I had a private talk with my son. I told him exactly what would happen if I got any more calls, from the school about him on the rug. The problem was solved. It never happened again.
Well, it turns out the proper diagnosis was that he was a young boy.
Yeah, a young boy who needed to learn about discipline and limits, right? But that's the thing too, is that my own industry wants to pathologize discipline. Heaven forbid you spank your child, right? But these are the same people that want to medicate your child, that want to give your child a diagnosis. And to your point about—
That's a good point. That's a good point. I am someone who's not I think corporal punishment should be the last step. There's definitely kids who need that shit. But I was getting beat because I didn't get my chores done before my mom got home. We're talking about take the recycling bin, take the recyclables out to the bin. I'm I forgot. And I'm getting worked up. And that's ridiculous. And the shout out to the Burger King. I am not AI, but I'm gonna take that as a compliment that I'm so fucking beautiful. Welcome to the party. So I think that there's definitely kids who are bad kids, and there is definitely a place where spankings and stuff are relevant, but I do think that, as I said, it should be a last resort. The old adage is if you are, come on, Funk. Come on, Funk. You're that close. Somebody do the meme for me. Somebody do the meme. Forgot my train of thought now. Oh, corporal punishment. Yeah, if your child can reason that they are getting hit because, well, then just reason with them. If they can't understand, then what are you doing? You're just taking out anger on them. Nobody? We're all AI on stolen land. Y'all letting the meme die. You're letting the meme die. Keep it alive. There we go. I'll get it again. Let's go. No. All right. Let's dive back in.
Heaven forbid you spank your child, right? But these are the same people that want to medicate your child, that want to give your child a diagnosis. And to your point about women, you said, they want to talk and have somebody validate and reflect back what they're saying. All of that is true. Women like that, but that's not always necessarily even good for women. Rumination can actually make depression significantly worse. But to your point, also,
Well, let's 2 points there. Olivia completely agreed. Corporal punishment works rarely. The thing that you'll say, especially the Gen Xers who are like, oh, we got beat for this, that, and the other, and I turned out okay. That doesn't mean that you're at your perfect self-actualized thing. You know, I'm not saying that you're a bad person or anything, but you can't say, oh, well, I got hit and I'm okay, so therefore it's not negative to do that. You know, you can, you know, as you guys know, I'm a dog trainer. And so, yeah, if you just slap a shock collar like Hassan on your dog and just like, you know, buzz them into oblivion, you're going to get some kind of positive results as to what you want. But that's not really the best way to go about it. Again, there are some dogs who are either, you know, they've been through trauma and all that stuff, and, you know, they're just not going to respond to you know, positive reinforcement or anything. But same with people. Most people, and dogs for that matter, respond better to positivity and encouragement over negative reinforcement. Another caveat, that doesn't mean that I'm saying, oh, we should fucking, I'm at a loss for words. What the fuck? That's not saying that we should only do gentle parenting, but that's the point. That's the point. The nuance.
Make depression significantly worse. But to your point, also, you know, psychologists, therapists, whatever, psychiatrists, they all want to keep the person coming back. And so a lot of times they're terrified to challenge the patient because it's easier to validate. I can't tell you how many times I've had people tell me that their therapist literally fell asleep during, I'm serious. Coleman Hughes has described this happening to him.
Is that better or worse than them rage quitting on you?
Many
he goes
people.
to therapy?
No, he doesn't anymore, but he has shared on the air about past experiences. And, you know, when I was practicing therapy, my practice was unique actually, in that it was about 50% men in New York. And so I was attracting a lot of, you know, really driven men. And they said like that they were coming because I would actually challenge them instead of just constantly validating.
One of the things I think we see a lot of is validation is destructive for a lot of these things. Obviously, there's instances where validation might be really good. Like, you've decided you want to leave your job because you're an excellent singer and you recently got a gig that paid you $1,000 to sing.
Right. And so, Wicked, this is like, you can have this type of parenting and then you turn out okay. You're not going to damage the kid forever, but there's a very different trajectory for this kind of behavior than, I mean, look at the opposite. We clearly see that gentle parenting is not a good thing because of how it creates the mindset of the child. This is just the other side of that same coin. The dog held at a cop this morning, got out of his car, and gave him scratches all over. We love the puppies. All right. Equality said, I go into therapy for future experiences just in case.
What?
I don't get it. It's all about balance, baby. All about balance.
Your job because you're an excellent singer and you recently got a gig that paid you $1,000 to sing and your family doesn't believe in you. Someone being like, actually, if you're making money and it's making you happy, this might be the right choice for you. Validation can be good. The problem I see is most of the validation that we've been getting has been psychotic. Dude walks in and he's like, you know what? I want to chop off my ding dong. And they're like, you're right. Let him do it.
You're so right about that. I mean, again, it's things like this that are.
And you can't separate. You can't separate the good therapy. You can't separate the good studies. You can't separate the good drugs from the whole trans thing. It's the same thing. It's just different degrees of the same thing.
Right. Let him do it.
You're so right about that. I mean, again, it's things like this that are actually honestly making me embarrassed to like say that I'm a clinical psychologist. I actually had some friends, and I talk about this in the book, that called me during the height of, you know, the whole trans craze. And they were really frustrated, upset because their daughter was trying to say that she was a boy, you know, she was 14. And
would you rather have a trans kid or a dead kid?
You know, these are wealthy, successful people in New York. They were going to all the very,
of course, it's always the upper crusty people,
top places, and being told it's time to get her on hormone therapy. It's time to do this and that. And they said, can you please help us? And so I called several therapists that I knew personally that had worked for me in my practice in the past. Again, I'm not practicing and I wasn't at the time. But I was dismayed to find that these therapists that I called, that I knew personally, and I said, look, these people need a therapist to explain to their daughter that she's actually a girl. We're going to do reality testing and these types of things. And they all said no. They all said, I can't do that. I have to explore the possibility that she's actually a boy. I was like, I don't.
And I know in Canada, Nikki was bringing up about how if you don't affirm, you could lose your license as the doctor. I'm not exactly sure if that's the case in any states here, but I wouldn't be surprised if a California or an LA or New York or New York City would have the type of laws that are exactly like that. And it's scary. It's scary how easy it can be to get started down that road. We said learn from therapy to never make plans for the day that we. I would try that one again. Try to cure yourself. What do you mean?
Explore the possibility that she's actually a boy. I was like, I don't, and I do think a large part of it has to do with the fact that my field is about 90 to 95% left identifying. And I would be equally concerned if my field were 90 to 95% right wing. I think whenever you have an echo chamber.
You know, what do we see? We see that there's a correlation between mental illness diagnoses and left-right political alignment. Mm-hmm. So if you take a look, I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't try, like the fact that we see so much political tribalism in general. Any kind of medical field that is overwhelmingly leaning politically one way or the other is probably not good. Medicine and health should be nonpartisan. Are you joking? I've leaned from therapy to never make plans for the day that way the phrase premeditate can't get thrown around. Nope.
Seeing these, the more right, the more, how's the right way to say this? People who are staunchly conservative have lower rates of diagnosed mental illness, and it skews upward the more left you go. And there's two arguments that are presented. Conservatives say it's because liberals are insane. And liberals say it's that conservatives refuse to get treatment. So the argument from the left is, well, we're willing to go to the doctor to figure out what's wrong with us, so we'll get more diagnoses. And the right
can't say that that's not at all true.
Right is unwilling, so they go undiagnosed, but that doesn't mean. I actually lean towards, I think the left, as it is right now, attracts the mentally ill. So if you are somebody who has,
and I don't even think that when you say the left attracts the mentally ill, that's not even necessarily saying like, oh, I'm fucking crazy. It's people who are genuine, like the autistic kids that get swept up into the trans thing. It's much wider than that.
As a, let me put it this way for like some of the trans stuff. The trans thing being a principal component of this argument because it was so prominent, but there are other things like body positivity that were being affirmed. But with the trans stuff, you actually have, I guess you can call it like 3 different categories. And there are two, there's one that I find to be the most deserving of actual attention, which is gender dysphoria, the actual DSM-5 diagnosis. We have friends who are male and they say, I look in the mirror and I feel mental anguish staring at what I think is the wrong body. And I say, wow, that's a challenge. Like, how do you live suffering from this disorder, which they recognize a disorder? Then you have what I would describe as narcissistic faux dysphoria. That is Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney, for those that are not familiar, 12 million TikTok followers, featured in shows and whatever. Dylan Mulvaney was doing TikToks about being gay safari.
Dylan Mulvaney
on The Price is Right, running around giggling as a guy. Dylan Mulvaney made a video.
Does anybody not know who Dylan Mulvaney is? That is a worthy side quest.
TikTok saying that he was non-binary, and it got 1 million views. So then he goes back to doing gay safari, and he doesn't get any views. So then he says he's trans, and he gets 1 million views again. Then he says, every day I'm going to be more trans than the last day, and every video is getting millions of views now. So for someone like Dylan Mulvaney, whose history shows just narcissistic personality disorder, I look at that, and I'm not a psychiatrist, psychologist, or mental health professional, but I see an individual who is desperately trying to get people to look at them, succeeded when they said, you know what, I'm trans. All of a sudden, the world opened up. They got all the attention they wanted. So I liken that kind of transgenderism, whatever you call it, to like how celebrities get plastic surgery so they can be in movies and look more attractive or whatever. People who are so desperate for those others to look at them, they're going to get facelifts and peels or whatever they're going to do. Dylan Mulvaney just got hormone therapy to do that same thing.
Yeah, plastic surgery is another area where I feel like we definitely gotta lock in on that. And maybe I just saw a thing about like body positivity in 2016 versus body positivity today. And it was like the Ariana Grandes, the Demi Moores, who are just like sucked in, looking like, worse than the Victoria's Secret models of the 80s. So trying to type, I learned from a therapist to not make plans for the day that way. For the day that way? What does that mean? What is the day that way?
And then there is the reason I bring this up, the third category, which is fetishism, which is a lot of the trans that we see are just
this isn't a debate. This is just a podcast.
Just guys who fetishize.
Autogynephilia.
Right. They want to be women.
AGP.
Or I don't even know if that's, I guess technically that is, but they fantasize about it. And
They fantasize about that it would be erotic to be humiliated by being paraded as a woman.
I don't know if all of it is that. We had one of the people we had on our show who is trans straight up said on the show, and I'm like, I actually kind of find it kind of shocking. With all due respect, they're a friend of the show. I'll use their pronouns. She said she just fantasizes about being the woman in the relationship. Like when it comes to adult activities, she's assuming the female position, even though.
Ooh. David said, I think more accurately, the left is casting a wide net, trying to affirm everyone to bring them to that political side. And yeah, so I think those things are directly connected. That's what a commie would say. If you don't fit the normal stereotype, this is your home. On the left, right? Yep. All right. What's that back?
Like when it comes to adult activities.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I saw something. Let's do this and duplicate that. Then my own tweets. I saw something gross. Oh yeah, did you guys fucking hear that? I never said her name right, but Hannah Pantiere died? That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, this is the one I was talking about. Christ. Yikes. Really? Did I not repost it? I could have sworn I reposted it. I don't know. There's not a lot since. No, I guess not. I guess not. But it was basically some dude being like, I want to be trans because I want to be filled up. I don't really like anal, but that's the only hole that I have other than my mouth. And I want to, like, something along those lines. It's like, that's what you think being a woman is? Getting filled up with jizz? Okay, dude. And then real quick, well, in case you didn't know.
It's day 335 of being a girl, and I wanted to go on record to say that this might be the hottest I've ever looked and will ever look in my lifetime. And I'm making this video so that in thousands of years, there will be evidence.
Thousands of years!
The dress?
They're gonna look back
It
at
could be the
Dylan
dress.
Mulvaney.
Is it the makeup? Or is it the hair? Because I think it's the extensions. And when I have extensions in, I don't know my
Clear
name.
rage bait.
I don't
at
know
this
where
point.
I live. I just know that I love these. And I know that I look like I could steal a husband. But I want to promise you, look me in the eyes. I want to promise you that I would never do that to you.
Dear Lord. Oh.
Yeah, my husband doesn't like dick. So, no.
Sorry. What we got? What do we got? Trans are nice. Also, if one identifies as a woman, of course you imagine yourself as the girl in sex. Well, but that seems to be the only part of it for a lot of these people. That is only the sexual part. I think there's a lot more to being a man or a woman than your sexual experiences. That doesn't mean that we can't denote the two different categories. David said we were not able to save the cheerleader. What cheerleader? What happened? What are we talking about? Thousands of years, archaeologists will dig up Dylan Mulvaney and immediately know he's a man. Yup. And yeah, I think, woke 2.0, I think you're going to get a lot more women who are like, hold on. I'm all for you identifying the way that you want, feeling comfortable and whatever. But I think this way around the women's spaces, I think that's going to be an even bigger discussion because most people didn't want to touch it. And now, because so many people are getting personally affected by it, they're going to stand out. I hope.
Fantasizes about being the woman in the relationship. Like, when it comes to adult activities, she's assuming the female position, even though she's actually a male, a he.
Right.
So that is a fetishistic, transgenderism or whatever, which result in an individual negatively affecting their body through drugs and surgery. This is the affirmation that goes into the absurdity, right? I think it's already a problem when someone says, I look in the mirror and I see something wrong, so we decide to give them all the surgeries. Like, that might not be the solution. They might need therapy. They might need some kind of therapy to help them cope with whatever this is.
I can work with that. But that, is that going to fuck up? I don't even know what it is now. I have no idea what the cutoff is for, like, if somebody swipes by or whatever, but we will see. Lady said, no, I'm in women's spaces every single day. It's not a thing. I live in Texas. Well, what I'm saying is that a lot of people who may not be comfortable with you being in women's spaces are going to be more willing to speak out against you being in their spaces. That's what I'm saying. Damn, from 30 seconds to 1? Jeez, Louise. So I guess view counts are about to explode. David said, save the cheerleader, save the world was the tagline for Heroes Season 1. Hayden Panettiere was the cheerleader on the show. Oh, R.I.P. And she was outspoken about, predators in Hollywood. So we can only imagine. Lo says, we are all trans on stolen land. Yeah. 50 said nobody gets surgery overnight. I hate when people portray it that way. They get it years and after years and years of therapy. So understandable in I would guess, I don't know, but probably most cases. The fact is that it's not always like that. And if you have one clinic that's letting kids roll through, then you have a right in that one clinic, you have a whole bunch of people who are being, harmed by this ideology. I think it's weird how she just came out about all the abuse she endured in Hollywood and boom, dead. But why do you even care about the Epstein files, bro?
They might need some kind of therapy to help them cope with whatever this is. But for somebody who's just getting off to it, to be like, take your drugs, and this is where we've gone insane with affirmation, where we're telling everybody just do whatever you want, even when it's just porn brain, right? That's where we need to talk people down. Drugs ain't going to solve the problem. But socially, I think people are terrified to tell people they can't, to be restrictive. And maybe this is what conservatives means. They say, like, liberalism is a mental disease. Sure, it's hyperbolic, it's offensive. But when you get to the point where you say live and let live, even if you're going to cut off your body parts, now it's socially across the board, we've got other kinds of problems.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially, of course, when you start demanding that other people accommodate it, right? Like that they want to be in a women's locker room with little girls or, whatever else they want other people to accommodate. I mean, honestly, I can be somewhat of a libertarian in the sense that, like, if, Blair White or, whoever wants to, like, wear whatever they want to wear and have whatever surgeries that they want to pay for themselves,
I'm right there with her. I think before the trans explosion, it's not like there weren't transvestites. It wasn't like there was people who were cross-dressers or whatever. Ideally, people are self-aware and just go into the bathroom that they look like they belong in. Meaning, just if you're a big burly dude with a beard, but you got some makeup on and a dress, go into the men's room. If you pass as a girl, like the idea should be, because there is no perfect answer, but the goal should be to make it as seamless and as little problematic, least problematic as possible. And before this exploded, that's already what trans people were doing, just going into the bathroom that they looked like, and nobody cared. King said, they say it won't affect anything. The views will show as a lot more on the surface, but engagement views, 30 seconds, will still be counted when it comes to ad revenue and stuff. Good to know. Good to know. How the fuck do you know this? And I don't know this. Libby said, Houston voted and trans was banned 10 years ago. Does not matter. Passable trans women and trans men were put in the one you look like. Yeah, I mean, if trans is the thing, then there's no easy answer. Because, again, we don't want the Buck Angels of the world in the women's bathroom. And while I don't think, in general, going into a public bathroom is a dangerous thing, it's more dangerous than just, walking through the mall or whatever. What are you saying here? Look like Blair White, you can probably just piss in the ladies' room without anyone noticing. If you're Jessica Yaniv, not so much. Who dat? Jessica Yaniv. Canadian activist, eh? Ah! Haram! What the fuck is that? Transgender activist in BC, best known for filing at least 15 complaints of discrimination on the basis of gender identity against various beauty salons after they refused to wax her male genitalia. Haram! Yuck. All right. Miss anything? Yeah, not one that I'm going to get into right now, but I have seen that person before. All right.
Like wear whatever they want to wear and have whatever surgeries that they want to pay for themselves. I go back and forth on that. Like I know Michael Knowles says that it like actually harms society and things. And I think there's some interesting conversations about that. But yeah, I mean, to your point about say Dylan Mulvaney, I think that's also the difference between someone who's genuinely anorexic, like they genuinely have a confusion about their body weight versus, as you said, like a lot of Hollywood movie stars that like know that they're too thin and they love getting caught in front of the camera being too thin because it's, really exciting and kind of more of an exhibitionist type of a side,
So if we can understand that happens with body weight and stuff like that, why would we think that it would be any different with the trans stuff?
There's different reasons for it.
I think for the celebrity stuff, it's, hey, look, this movie's calling for this kind of body, and they go, I'll get the surgery.
Sure, right. If it's like literally to fulfill a role,
What does that mean?
I think it's something different. But on the left,
but that's what Dylan Mulvaney is doing.
Well, that's true, except it's really his own idea. Like, I think it would be different, for example, if he were just like doing it for a movie and then when the movie was over.
But that's not what I mean for celebrities. Celebrities, you'll get, all these women got buccal fat removal.
Yeah, that's true.
They weren't doing it because they were like, I need to get buccal fat for the role. They were going, I need to be what everyone wants to look at.
Yeah.
And this is the trend right now, so do it. And it's disgusting.
Just an exhibitionistic desire or to be successful in their field.
The general problem across the board is we're either telling everybody it's fine, giving them drugs for it, or worse, both.
Yeah. Well, the left's right thing, though, in therapy is interesting, too. As you said, it is true that leftists are diagnosed with mental health problems at a higher rate, and they will say that it's because they're more open about their need for treatment. But what's interesting...
I mean, there could be an aspect of that, but I don't think that explains it entirely. Shout out to Bugs. Welcome to the party. His shoes were small, his pants were tight, his balls were swinging left and right. Welcome to the party, sir.
Will say that it's because they're more open about their need for treatment. But what's interesting, though, too, is that people on the right tend to rate higher on personal responsibility. And it's true. So people on the left, like they tend to be higher on measure.
Nikki, that was you talking about I don't know if you used the wording. We were talking about the internal locus of control and believing that things that happen, you have control over how you act, and stuff is going to happen, versus the more common on the left that like, oh, I'm just here. This was done to me. I'm a victim because this or that. Internal versus external locus of control. Like we said, we think it is different because of many factors, such as age onset, persistence and insistence, and consistence, also the response to treatment. This is like half an idea. I don't know what you're responding to. We got a lot of people talking, and they're talking, and I'm talking. You gotta be specific. David said, and that video just showed Jenna Ortega was so skinny. I don't understand why some people think they look better as skin and bones. Well, arguably, there is a combination of body dysmorphia, but the Hollywood standard now becomes, oh, this is what gets the attention. That's what they're just saying. But it's not even about whether or not they're healthy. It's not about whether or not they look good. It's about what is going to get the attention in general.
Of collectivism, and people on the right tend to be higher in measures of individualism. And we do know that an internal locus of control.
Why would we ban plastic surgery? If you want to look different than how you were born, go for it. We're talking about affirming people with mental illnesses and letting that be the reason that they want to change themselves.
Versus external locus of control is associated with stronger and better mental health. Also, religiosity is associated with better mental health. Also, being married and things like that are also associated with mental health.
You know what else is really interesting?
Yep. And that therapy is often, again, not all the time, but often going to reinforce those ideas that, oh, poor me, this happened, and I just, I don't get a break, and blah, 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 blah.
There's another left-right correlation. It's physical attractiveness.
Right. That's true too.
And my favorite thing is I did a segment on my morning show about this. This is like 7 years ago. And the Young Turks got really offended, I guess, because the data shows that liberals tend to be less attractive than conservatives. And
right. I agree. And that's why I have I also am more libertarian on adults doing what they want to do with their body. Which is why I have why we wouldn't ban plastic surgery. I'm not even calling for banning trans surgery. If you want to do that shit, go do that shit. But it needs to be something that is clearly understood based on a rational mind, not a outset of a mental illness.
Yes, because the data shows that liberals tend to be less attractive than conservatives. And then what the Young Turks did was they showed a bunch of fat, ugly, Trump supporters, as if the anecdotes prove the point.
Now, for once, it's not a debate. It's just a podcast. It was Men Don't Need Therapy. But as you can see, they got away from that a little bit for a while. I'm talking about the trans stuff and creating the clear line between the explosion of talk therapy and the explosion of wokeness.
Of fat, ugly, Trump supporters, as if the anecdotes prove the point. Then they called me ugly. And I was just like, I never called y'all ugly. I just read from Yale.edu, a report they put out. The fascinating
yeah, I mean, I've changed my body. I got tattoos. I used to have my lip pierced. I used to have gauges in my ears. Like, I grew my hair out. There's plenty of things you could do to change the way you look for whatever reason. But that's not the same thing as either the children, or even if we're talking about adults, somebody who's suffering from a mental illness and trying to treat the symptom of the mental illness instead of treating the mental illness. A shout out to the Vigilante TV. Welcome to the party. The plastic surgery needs to be heavily limited. Interesting. I'm curious on your opinions, like how that, like the reasons that you say that it should be limited and how that applies to trans surgeries. Interesting. Welcome to the party. Make sure you guys check out Vigilante's debate on World War Debate. I personally disagreed with him, but He did a good job. All right, welcome to the party. Let's dive back in.
Thing is, the argument is people who are ugly have a harder time in life. If you're an attractive, so attractive women get way more special treatment than attractive men, but attractive people in general rate higher on special treatment, whether they know it or not. So if you're a good looking guy, you're tall, you're fit, chiseled, maybe you never even had to work out. You show up for a job interview, you're getting hired. Same thing if you're an attractive woman, the doors are going to be open for you. In fact, there are women whose whole job is literally just being attractive, models. And they're I think it's 10 to 1. Male models are much, much more rare, but they do exist. So if you go through life and you're a tall, attractive man, it's a little bit easier. You think, hey, if I can do it, so can you. Now, the short, ugly guy has a rough go of things. Nobody wants to listen to him. They don't pay attention to him. He has trouble getting a job. What's he going to do? He's going to say communism is the only answer. So
unless you're fucking beautiful. I might be short, but I'm fucking beautiful.
Getting a job. What's he going to do? He's going to say communism is the only answer. So the people who are more attractive will go towards the I can do it on my own. And the people who are less attractive are going to go towards the collective.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Although I think as well, a lot of how attractive a person is, some of it is beyond our control, but a lot of it is actually within our control, right?
Agreed.
So again, it goes back to personal responsibility.
Very true. Yeah. What you saying? Mostly referring to Botox and shit like that because it's extremely bad for you. That is, that's where I am definitely more libertarian. That like, as long as you're well informed and you're in a clear state of mind, if you want to fuck your shit up, go and fuck your shit up. I spent years as a drug addict, and hey, I kind of miss it. I'm not going back to do it, but I do kind of miss it. Shit at the box with a $2 make you holla. No question, no comment, just pure love of the puppy. Come on, there we go. Yeah, that's for you. That's from Box. Thank you. So very, very much. Where does that leave us? 37 out of 250 for the week. 3 out of 15 and 37 out of 75 for the night. Shout out to Box. Thank you. So very, very much. It's almost like he's not being... Okay, if you took that statement as not tongue in cheek, then I don't know how to help you. So chef who knows what botulism is, the idea of Botox is extremely disturbing to me. Oh, botulism. Disagree, but fair enough. Get more authoritarian with age, not gonna lie. Fair enough. But I don't know. Well, maybe we'll set something up and get to the bottom of like talk about the role of government. And like, should the government be more authoritarian or more libertarian? That'd be an interesting one. All right, let's dive back in.
Of it is actually within our control,
Agreed.
right? So again, it goes
ways.
back to personal responsibility, as well as like an interest in health. And I remember for a while as well, even working out was like being called some kind of a white supremacist, right-wing activity.
Well, because they know that, as you mentioned,
so
I guess who was it who described it? Yeah, Phil was just talking about this. Either I happen to the world or the world happens to me. This is the mentality, and that's it. I mean, so you can be there. There are plenty of ultra wealthy, short, ugly guys. They opted not for working out and being as fit as they can despite their low stature, but they made themselves millionaires through, some kind of software development or business they did.
That's gonna be me. We're gonna be millionaires, guys. Soon, one day.
There are dudes that I know that are like 6'3" and morbidly obese, and they struggle with women. And it's like, well, you could choose to work out, but they don't.
Yeah.
So ultimately, your mental state is the principal component of success and everything. That being said,
A mind-body connection.
for a lot of people that don't have that mental state,
No. Islamists scare me. Islam scares me. Muslims are just people who believe a certain thing.
they just do drugs.
Yeah, or psychopharm, right? So I think that's the thing too, is that part of the problem with this whole mental health industry, the big, complex, is that people are getting these diagnoses and then they feel like it absolves them of responsibility to be able to grow or to change. I mean, again, I'm not saying that ADHD or autism don't exist, but they're diagnosed now too. Okay, well,
I'm kidding.
No, but
Mostly though.
Yeah, I think that there's some.
Oh, did you hear that, 50? He just said that autism doesn't exist. It's like a joke. It's like a tongue-in-cheek. It's like a short way to say you're going to go down the leftist pipeline and do this and think that and want the government to give you everything. You just say communism.
Well,
I'm kidding.
No, but
Mostly though.
Yeah. I think that there's some very legitimate questions about, the legitimacy of.
Why does everybody want to be autistic? Have you noticed this?
Well, I mean, I think that people feel like it can make them feel unique or special or different, but also people are getting test accommodations, right? So, I mean, we talked about psychologists as sharky lawyers. We talked about them as drug dealers. They're also accommodations dealers, right? So many people will go. I mean, I've had this happen to myself as a psychologist, where people will come and they will say, "I need a letter that I need extra time," or "I need a letter that I need an emotional support animal," or "I need."
I definitely need my emotional support animal.
Or I need that, right? God. So there's something called the secondary gains of victimhood. Have you heard about
the secondary gains of victimhood? That sounds like the foundation of wokeness itself. The secondary gains of victimhood. Because obviously, being a victim is a bad thing. But the secondary gains of being that victim... Take it easy. The secondary gains, meaning everybody, oh my God, it's so hard for you. Let's give you a bunch of free stuff. The secondary gains of victimhood. I mean, I don't know if that's what she's going to say, but that's what it sounds like. Aaron Wexler's bit about pit bulls and Muslims. No, but I know they hate dogs. So, and then they had the, who's that dude that just did the Blue's Clues ad? He's like some DSA guy, Muslim, and he did a Blue's Clues ad with no dog in it. Pick a different IP, brother.
No, tell me more.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's like it's in any Psych 101 textbook. When somebody has.
This is Dr. Chloe Carmichael.
Like, it's like it's in any Psych 101 textbook.
That's a good question. I don't actually know. Why do Muslims not like dogs? Here's a good one. Where are we? Okay. Answer varies a lot among Muslims. Many Muslims own and love dogs. Yeah, those are the westernized, not real Muslims. The main point is dogs are respected as living creatures. Come on. You know what the fuck I'm asking. Muslims avoid dog for religious reasons related to ritual purity and certain prophetic traditions. Okay, so what are the... That's what I'm asking. What are the... I know that. I'm fuck you. Dog saliva is considered ritually impure by most Sunni scholars. If a dog licks the vessel of any one of you, wash it 7 times. Bro, Morty be licking everything. One more specifies the idea of najis, ritually impure. Oh, 1% one of those washings should involve soil? Okay. The important distinction is that impure in Islamic jurisprudence does not mean morally evil, inherently bad. It just means contact with the substance can matter for ritual cleanliness, particularly when preparing for prayer. So, in general, there's an actual religious discouragement against keeping dogs as a pet. It's probably the biggest... That's what I'm fucking saying! Muhammad is reported to have said that someone who keeps a dog other than for purposes such as hunting or guarding livestock loses a specified amount of reward every day. Well, that seems like the original thing that I was looking for. The dirty. They're dirty. I'm like, they're cousins. Olivia said mental health takes nuance. Pay smart people. Also, if you want mental asylums back, it is socialized medicine. The insane can't pay the hospital bills. Fair enough. Fair enough. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Notes about how not all pit bulls are violent and dangerous, but you can't tell by looking. Gotcha. Funkmaster. So they blew up the Prophet's spot when he was having a late night meetup with Angel Gabriel. With the angel, I was like, "Who's Angel Gabriel?" With the angel Gabriel, who happened to appear as the most beautiful man in town. Fair enough. Veggie said, "To support bringing back asylums, only thing I agree with Trump on." Well, hey, we will take that. We will take that. But you don't agree with the animal protections? Glow. What? Can you remind me? What were the animal protections that Trump just got passed?
And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's like it's in any Psych 101 textbook. When somebody's a victim, even for truly legitimate purposes, the classic example in a textbook is always that a little girl gets a cast, she breaks her leg, she then gets to be free from gym class and all this other stuff. She loves having this cast. And then when the doctor says, "Okay, you're healed, let's take off the cast," she's like, no, it's not healed yet. I'm sure it still hurts. And she's not even lying. But she's emotionally become so invested in this that she doesn't want to let it go.
And that brings up another layer of the nuance with all of this, is that we have to understand where the victimization actually happens. Meaning there are people who are brainwashed, for lack of a better term, into thinking, "Oh, this is the only way to go forth." And then there's other people who know that this is bullshit, and they're pushing that on other people. Not the same thing. The PAC Act, wasn't aware of that. I agree with that too. Yay! Dilly, fucking dilly. Yeah, go. Created a federal anti-animal abuse task force, groundbreaking federal animal abuse laws with harsh sentencing, and he ended all Departments of Defense and the Pentagon animal testing. Gang. Love that shit. I love that shit.
She's emotionally become so invested in this that she doesn't want to let it go.
It's related to Munchausen's and Munchausen's by proxy. So
does anybody not know what Munchausen or Munchausen by proxy is?
What was that famous story where this woman had a daughter and she removed her teeth? She had her
right?
Salivary glands removed, and which resulted in her teeth falling out. And then she was poisoning her to make her seem sick, and she's in a wheelchair. And then her and her boyfriend murdered the mom because they were like, she was torturing her.
Something Rose, yeah.
Yeah, what was it? Gypsy Rose.
Yeah. So everybody is familiar with Munchausen syndrome and Munchausen by proxy, because that's kind of relevant to what we're talking about here. What are you doing over there, Buzz? You don't want to hang out with us? Well, fine. He's mad at you guys.
Her.
Something Rose, yeah.
Yeah, what was it? Gypsy Rose, Colin says. Yeah, because the mom wanted the attention from the victimhood. And that's what I think a lot of the trans stuff is too. Like, they're putting these people on television and giving them money to do these.
Yep. I mean, I don't know the case that well, but from what I remember, I think that it should be clear self-defense. Clear self-defense. I think obviously by the law, it doesn't really work that way. But that, speaking of jury trials and all that shit, that would be a great example of jury nullification. Nikki disagrees. Okay, say more. Vidyu, why do you say that she didn't deserve? And Nikki, why do you say that she did?
Awful things to their children.
Yeah. No, I can't help though but now bring up free speech, of course, because I do talk about secondary gains of victimhood in my book because of this. And so this is what's really getting to me, is when people are saying that words are violence.
I'm not too familiar. Say more.
and that you can't say what you really think because, that makes me a victim, right? So now I want to activate my secondary gains of victimhood because you said something, that I didn't like, right? Or you told me the truth about something. And so then when that becomes used as a tool to try to shut down other people's free speech, that's what I think is actually really causing a mental health problem, right? So when people cannot express what's really bothering them because they're so afraid of being labeled as a bully or labeled as a racist or a bigot or a homophobe or, whatever the case may be, and then they start holding things inside.
So what should she have done? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying, obviously under the way that the statute of self-defense, it wasn't like imminent like that. But I see that as not having any other options than killing a bitch. So what, Nikki, what would you say would be the proper plan of action for Gypsy Rose?
Or a homophobe or, whatever the case may be, and then they start holding things inside, it starts messing with their cognitive processes. We cannot think clearly when we can't speak clearly. So, when you can't talk your way through things, it literally starts to dull your awareness of them. You start going into denial, right? And so when we start going into denial about what's really going on, that's when things can start to kind of like fester inside of us. And so that's why
Isn't there? It's been a long time since I was familiar with the case, but am I misremembering that she did report all this and to when she was in the hospital and it didn't go anywhere? I'll look that up.
I thought the whole Shiloh Hendricks thing actually was so interesting. Or even, I know we were just talking today about the Candace Andrew debate. Charlie Kirk literally shot and killed because of his free speech. And I think when we start stopping people from expressing themselves freely, that's what's really going to mess with people's mental health. It actually happened to me. That was when I was in New York. I moved to the free state of Florida during COVID. I hadn't even realized how much I was what psychologists call self-censoring. And then when I got to Florida and I felt like I could just say things and just be more authentic, it was incredible to me how
it's like the difference of talking here on YouTube versus trying to talk on TikTok. Unalived.
I started thinking more clearly. Also, talking is one of the ways that we do, emotional regulation. It's also how we get authentic social support. So
okay, so maybe I'm wrong. So I add, did Gypsy Rose report her abuse before killing her mom? If by report her abuse, you mean did Gypsy herself go to the police, CPS, a doctor, or another authority and tell them what Dee Dee was doing before the murder? Not in any meaningful, sustained way. There were, however, multiple opportunities where authorities or medical professionals became suspicious independently. We had a 2007 thing, possibility of Munchausen by proxy. 2009, an anonymous person contacted authorities expressing concerns that Dee was lying about her medical condition. Subsequently said that CPS did come to the house, but that they were looking for conventional signs of physical abuse, asking her to show her arms and legs for bruises. She said they didn't recognize the much more unusual psychological and medical abuse taking place. Gypsy herself didn't tell them what was happening. One of the essential features of abuse was that Dee Dee controlled what Gypsy said to doctors and other adults. Gypsy later described being instructed to sit quietly and let her mother answer questions. Medical records overwhelmingly consisted of information reported by Dee Dee rather than Gypsy. Important distinction, she eventually figured out that she wasn't nearly as sick as her mother claimed. By that time, she was an adult, and she understood that Dee Dee was controlling and abusing her. But rather than reporting Dee Dee to authorities, she ultimately turned to Nicholas Gogin and arranged for him to kill her mother. She later testified that she talked him into it. So if you're asking because of the act, wasn't doing that, but okay. So, I mean, I definitely think that there is something to be said about the mentality of this is how it's always been. I don't think that, the police will be able or will believe me. But that being said, I thought there was a little bit more there. And so, as an adult, she definitely should have reported it. It just says on the mandatory reporters to report it and not be a child abuse victim. Right. But then if you're going, once it becomes, if we're going to talk about self-defense, then that means ostensibly that you've tried every other option. And so if you didn't give a clear report, because like if she made a clear, years ago, I don't remember. But if she had made a clear report and nothing happened, which is not uncommon, like the state doesn't like to take kids away from their families. That would be like, okay, I tried. What else do you want me to do? I'm not going to keep going through this. So, okay, it's not as clear cut as I thought. All right, then back in.
Incredible to me how I started thinking more clearly. Also, talking is one of the ways that we do, emotional regulation. It's also how we get authentic social support. So we're in this epidemic of loneliness, and when people aren't being real with each other, they're causing people a lot of problems.
Well, what's scary about this is the manipulation tactic that comes after. So the Occupy movement. I don't know if it was the first place this ever came to be, but obviously it's where it became particularly prominent. I witnessed it. So you mentioned talking is how we express ourselves, but it changes our thoughts. The things we say affect our brains. For example, during Occupy Wall Street, the city banned megaphones.
All right, keep an eye on the goal timer. When that is up, it is time for the members only after party. And don't worry, if you're not a member, you'll still be able to watch. It's just the chat that goes to members only, and we keep Rumble open so that you can chat. It won't be on the screen with everybody else, but it's only $2.99 a month. We do this every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, so join up.
For example, during Occupy Wall Street, the city banned megaphones. And so what they did was, it's called People's Mic. You know what that is?
No.
I say it, you
Mic
repeat
check.
it. Then,
right.
So I'm going to yell, mic check. You yell back, mic check.
Whose streets are...
Yeah. Because I'm not saying the mom didn't get what was coming to her, but Gypsy should have made other choices. They're available to her, and she chose conspiracy to murder. Fair. Fair. Fair.
So I'm going to yell, mic check. You yell back, mic check.
Whose streets are streets? Yeah.
So, well, that's chanting.
Okay.
Close. The mic check would be, you'd go, mic check. The crowd would then go, mic check.
Mic check.
I think we need to go.
Need to
the
go.
purpose of it was so that the people in the front can hear me. Then when you repeat it, everyone in back can hear as well. That's not the real reason they did it. The real reason they did it was to get people to chant a statements of the leader. And so
classic bullshit. Classic.
When you repeat after the person, if he says, I think the cops are bad people, you are saying it. And it's implanting it in your brain. It's changing your psychology. It's a cult tactic. And so I saw them doing this. Was getting really creepy because one of the tactics they would use, if anyone tried to come up and argue, you know what they would respond with? Let's say you see a group of these protesters. You'd walk up and you'd say, hey, I just wanted to ask some questions. Somebody would be like, yeah, what can I do for you? You'd be like, I noticed there was a guy from your group throwing bricks. Immediately someone goes, mic check, mic check, mic check. Everyone just starts mindlessly chanting mic check. Immediately there's no conversation. Then they would say, this guy is a fascist. Everybody would start repeating it. Then everybody is saying the same thing, and it changes their mental states.
You mean like a mob mentality? Democracy, eh? Democracy, eh? I believe this is called in training in psych. Yes, there is. There's other words for it. Let's put that one in training. We'll put psychology. Psychology and neuroscience entrainment is the process where internal biological rhythms or behaviors synchronize with an external environmental rhythm or another person's patterns.
Bingo!
Got him. Got him. Spot on. Spot on.
Yeah, definitely. So there's two sides of free speech. And I do talk about this in the book too, is one part of it is the importance of being able to say what you really think. But the other side of it is what's called compelled speech. And to your point.
Oh, JBP, is he still alive? No, it's all about that.
That can be really insidiously dangerous, and it can also start to affect your own thoughts. Like one of the classic examples, from psychology literature, you've probably heard of it, is called the Ash line experiment, where they had, say 50 young men in a room, and
is this the different size lines? I think this is the one where they had the different size lines. Let's see.
Two of them, only one or two of them were actually experimental subjects. Everybody else was in on the experiment. And the experimenter would show 3 lines and say, okay, which
Right,
line is
here.
the line
What did she call it? Ash,
in a room where they had
ash line.
would show 3 lines and say,
Right.
okay, which line is the longest?
Right, yes, I know this one.
And so next thing you know, the experimental subjects are agreeing that the shorter line is the longer line just because everybody else says it.
Have you ever, there's a video. I don't know if
So this is what they're talking about, where you would have the stooges are the people who are in on it, and then you have the participant who doesn't know what's going on, and somebody leading the class. And so then they show this thing and be like, okay, which one from this A, B, or C matches this one? And so all the stooges purposely say A or B when the answer is C. And the question of whether the person does it is directly related to their psychology. Let's see. Do we got a short one here? Gang, we got a shorty.
But an experiment is not a public opinion poll. It examines behavior under the pressure of social forces.
And so this is the type of stuff that I say is valuable when it comes to psychology and the work that psychology has done. Understanding that this is how the brain works is very important.
The experiment of Solomon Asch reveals.
The experiment you'll be taking part in today involves the perception of lengths of lines. As you can see here, I have a number of cards, and on each card there are several lines. Your task is a very simple one. You're to look at the line on the
I'll do some lines.
left and determine which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. All right, we'll proceed in this order. You'll give your answer.
Only one of the people in the group is a real subject, the 5th person with a white t-shirt. The others are confederates of the experimenter and have been told to give wrong answers on some of the trials. The experiment begins uneventfully as subjects give their judgments.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3.
And so far, this is the priming that this is a normal scenario. I see that it's 3 and everybody else is saying it's 3 and okay, everything's good. That's the priming of the situation.
3, 3.
Okay, cool.
But on the 3rd trial, something happens.
2, 2, 2, 2.
And this is our experiment. Is he going to go along with everybody else, or is he going to say what's good? So clearly we can see that 1 is the matching line, but all the stooges are saying 2.
2, 2, 2.
The subject denies the evidence of his own eyes and yields to group influence.
Got him!
Asch found subjects went along with the group on 37% of the critical trials. But he found through interviews that they went along with the group for different reasons.
1. 1. They must be right. There are 4 of them and 1 of me. 1.
This subject's yielding is based on a distortion of his judgment. He genuinely believes that the group is correct.
1. Stupid. 1. 1. 2. 1. 2. 2. 2.
I know they're wrong, but why should I make waves?
2.
In this case, the subject knows he is right, but goes along to avoid the discomfort of disagreeing with the group. Here, the distortion is at the level of his response.
Social conformity. So I'll drop the link here if you guys want to watch that in full. But you get the point that, damn, he really did say Candace won. Man, I gotta check that one out. Actually, we might cover that. We might cover that tomorrow. Do I need this? I don't need that. Yeah, so the idea that we know that the human brain is capable of doing these things and is capable of twisting information to make you believe a certain thing, that's important knowledge. Midge said if you've dealt with psychological abuse, you understand that as a victim, once you realize what's going on, you look for the easiest way out. You aren't really concerned with the consequences. And yeah, agreed. But the consequences are still the consequences. You know? And that's why I think, you know, as Nikki said, it's not like Dee Dee didn't get what was coming to her. That's not how the law works. So my father explained that politically correct speech is actually mind control, and I shouldn't pay attention to it. Dilly dilly dad. People say trans is no social contagion aspect. They know they're lying. We know they are lying. They know we know they are lying. but they keep lying. What else are they gonna do? What else they gonna do? So we'd be curious on the results of this test when testing neurodivergent versus neurotypicals. Interesting. I would also like to see that. Because I'm colorblind and so used to not seeing things the way everyone else does. I just say the truth of how I see it and expect everyone to disagree anyway. Well, I mean, better a skeptic than anything else. Because if you're like, I'm not really sure, but everybody else is saying this, but my best guess is, let's say it's 1, 2, 3. Everybody's saying 2, but my best guess is 1. As long as you're open for people to be like, wait. Why'd you say 1? Like, I'm colorblind. I'm like, oh, okay. No, it's 2. Fair enough.
There was a prank show or experiment, but there's a waiting room for a doctor.
I talk about this one all the fucking time.
And in the chairs, there's like 2 people, and only one person is not in on it. One person shows up and sits down, waiting for an appointment. Randomly, there's a loud beep from a PA system, and the 2 people stand up from their chair for a few seconds and then both sit back down. The person not in on it is like, what's going on? Just watching. More people come in and sit down. Eventually, there's 10 people in the chairs, and the chime goes off, and everyone stands up, and the person who is not in on the
second part
eventually gives in and starts standing up and sitting down the exact same way.
It's called normative social pressure.
See, I don't do that. You know what I would do?
So it's worse than that. It's worse than that. So yes, you'll have the individual who has no idea what's going on and no understanding of why people are standing up or what the bell is or anything. And they will go on with that social pressure. But even worse, you can swap out, we'll call them the Stooges, because that other graphic, that's a good way to think of it. The other Stooges are swapped out. And now you have 10 actual participants. And they're all doing the standing. Because that's what everybody's doing. And so when you understand that this is how normal people's brains work, when you realize that you're a little bit more on top of things, then you're significantly smarter than the average Joe.
I'd go, why y'all standing up? What's that bell for? And there's maybe something wrong with me, I guess, but I'm not like everybody else.
No. I mean, I think that's why we need you. And so, then that's why.
Shouldn't most people just ask, like, hey, why y'all standing up? Like, what's going on?
Well, I mean, I maybe that's why men don't fare as well in therapy, right? Because that's the thing too, is that, do you remember that the American Psychological Association came out with this ridiculous paper on men and toxic masculinity?
Oh yeah. That was
toxic
masculinity.
It was a few years ago, but it hasn't gone away, right?
Yeah.
Like the idea that they would publish a paper about this and the exact things that they cited in it, made me think of it because of what you're saying is, that they would talk about even things like a desire for individuality or a sense of competition, right? Or, a desire for ambition and rewards, those types of things.
Well, for me, it's not about any of that. It's about like, let's say you go to there's an office building and there's a bunch of different offices in the building. And you were there because you're just picking up a check from a company that you did contracting work where you were a PA on a movie set. The company's got an office there. So you go and you sit down. There's 2 guys sitting there and a beep goes up and they stand up. Then they sit down. Okay. Now let's just say that there's another office in the building called Reformed White Supremacists Who Have Raped Women. And that chime literally is for them to identify themselves due to legal reasons over the fear. You're just going to stand up and join in with this. No. What if it was?
Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, I've never been in a situation exactly like that, but I've definitely been in a place I'm trying to think, like where people are at serving jobs. So if you are working in a restaurant, there's not too much difference working in this restaurant versus that restaurant versus that restaurant. The menu is going to be different. The people are going to be different, but the aspect of doing that job is pretty simple. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's pretty simple. And so you go to a new place and everybody's doing this thing. And instead of just doing it, I'd be like, why are you guys doing that? But how did we start this whole fucking thing? Saying we are the weird ones. We are the weird ones for thinking to ask why they're standing up. Most people just go along with the crowd. Yeah, right. I'm like, should we be leaving? Like, what is that? I honestly can't even put myself in that mind frame. Now, I can think of other scenarios where I don't know what's going on, Like, let's say I go to the mall, right? And everything's fine. And then all of a sudden, everybody starts sprinting to the exit. I'm running. I don't know what we're running for, but don't nobody just run for nothing. That's a different thing. I'm sitting in the doctor's office. Come on, man. Have some backbone.
It's like, that's what you got to ask. You know, but the crazy thing is how many people are what we would describe as, I guess, NPCs.
Right. And the fact is that without them realizing it, is that they really are starting to change their own mental process. So it comes down to a phrase a lot of people have heard of, but I have to say as a psychologist, is like my pet peeve. People always misuse the word, the phrase cognitive dissonance. They never
Cognitive dissonance. Oh, too much of that going on. Too much of that going on. They said, tell my son to ask why, even about thoughts that pop into his head. What brought that on was he would do something stupid. When I asked him why he did it, he said, I don't know. Yeah, I got hit a number of times because I was that kid. And like, I just didn't, I was just doing stuff and I'm talking like 6, 7, 8 years old. I just do stuff. I'm like, why did you do that? Like, I genuinely I didn't have a reason. It was just impulse or something. And like, maybe the solution is to pay attention to that and not be so impulsive. But I didn't sit down and think, I'm going to do this because I wish I was able to articulate that at that age. Because my parents went insane. When I'd say, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? What were you thinking? Well, I wasn't thinking. That's the whole point here. If I was thinking, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation.
People always misuse the word, the phrase cognitive dissonance. They never understand what it actually means. But what it means is that when we do a behavior, we will adapt our mental process to accommodate whatever the behavior is.
Yep. That's another cult mentality. Why everybody has their Ukraine flag or their rainbow flag or whatever. Shout out to Sharp One Wolf Shield. Welcome to the party. Said, open your mind's eye. You'll never go back to the world you've ascended. Dilly to that. It's exactly how I felt after doing acid. And it was amazing. Welcome to the party.
To accommodate for the dissonance or the difference between our own thought process and our behavior. If we're doing the behavior, we will change our thought process to match it. So,
which we saw during COVID.
Yes. Or for example,
that's like when I think this is a joke. I don't know, but whatever. Someone is talking about, when a rich guy sees no parking and you'll get a $150 ticket for that. It doesn't mean you can't park there. It's just that's the cost of parking there. Was it worth it? Let me work it. Shout out to Matthew King. Welcome. Said good evening to you, sir. After reining myself in when my boys do some dumb shit because I know they aren't thinking, they're just reacting and doing stuff. Yeah, I mean, it is extremely difficult to be that age and just be reacting and doing stuff and then be asked to think about that. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. All right, so we're not going to go over this right now, but Vigi has the link to the study of the lines with neurotypicals versus people with autism. If you want to check that out, thank you, sir. It was definitely around that age when we had that conversations. Don't do things without a reason. Don't say things without thinking about it. Bingo. And I was definitely an insecure kid, and I would get in trouble just by going along with what the cool kids were doing. And so let's say, like we're throwing eggs at the house or whatever. I was like, what were you thinking? What? Like, now I know that I just wanted to be accepted. That was it. Our dreams should be you flying above it all. If you dream about your thoughts, not good. Okay. There is no answer.
if your workplace has a thing where, they make everybody wear a pin that says, BLM or, pro-choice or, we support whatever cause of the week
Ukraine.
is. If you start wearing that pin, or if you're at that, HR meeting where everybody has to stand up and recite their little pledge, it can truly start to mess with your own thought process with compelled speech.
Yeah, there's also the emotional component too, where people don't want to accept that they were wrong about something.
Mm-hmm.
That is,
Yeah,
so a friend.
That's what I was saying earlier about the abortion advocates and the trans advocates. You can't walk back because you've ruined so many people's lives. Or at least if you don't want to look at it as ruining, you've created an irreversible, something irreversible in those people's lives. So you cannot walk that back and be like, oh yeah, the thing that I did to you that you can't change? I was wrong.
A friend of mine, his dad was a physicist. And this is back in the day. I don't know where we're currently at with unified theories. This is like 20 years ago. He said that string theory was big.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of scientists dedicated their lives to string theory. And he said his dad was a bit more cognizant of the emotional elements in your work when M theory became prominent. And
I wish string theory was more realistic. It just feels right.
Said, what the problem is? You put 30 years of your life into something, find out one day it's wrong, you can't accept it.
Sunk costs.
Yeah.
It's an economics principle that has been co-opted by psychologists.
And it's well known to gamblers.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, throwing bad money after good, essentially.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watch it all the time when I go play poker. It's actually a well-known thing in poker because what happens is they'll be playing very well.
Got to get it back.
But sometimes you lose. And then they'll think, I better go big now because I need to get that back. And then they lose more.
Yo,
it's like sometimes you lose,
I think that's happened to a lot of parents with the trans issue.
Yeah,
I truly feel bad for them because if I hadn't been an actual psychologist that knew how to stand up to that therapist that wanted to say that my son had this sensory motor processing disorder or whatever.
I think, oh, come on. Am I frozen? Well, if you can hear me, then what the fuck? I'm going to assume my sound's coming through. But there we go. David said there's no such thing as neurotypical. That's what I think. If you're trying to say that there's no standard, that this person has the correct brain neurology, I agree with you. But neurotypical is a scientific term that covers a range. It covers a range of abilities, development, the rate of development, the things like that. And so I agree that there's no person who has the perfect, this is the right neurology. But being neurotypical means that you fall within the range of differences. It's like the idea of standard deviations. So like you have standard deviations away from what the quote unquote ideal neurology would be. And if you're one standard deviation or this way or that way, you're still considered neurotypical. If you're 2 or 3, then you're outside of that. Because that's why there must be laws against trans and kids, because parents that did it will never admit the harm they did and have to convince others to do the same to validate their choices. Bingo. I mean, thankfully, there do seem to be a rising number of detransitioners, which is sad, but at least people are waking up. And this is why I'm interested to see how the trans thing will develop in Woke 2.0. Indeed, everyone's unique. There's no perfect normal. As you said, everyone has their quirks. Yeah, exactly. But again, the that's different than how people are using neurotypical in a scientific context. Reggie said, the more I see studies on neurotypicals versus neurodivergent people, specifically those with autism, the more I think neurotypicals are the ones with the mental disorder. You never know. You never know. What is normal, all right? Matthew said, be sure to tickle that like button, everybody. Thank you, sir. Share the stream somewhere. Doesn't matter if nobody will see it. It tells the algorithm to push the stream to new people. Thank you for the shout out. Oh, look at that freeze frame. What's going on here?
That my son had this sensory motor processing disorder or whatever, I would have bought into it. And if, that's very minor compared to the trans thing.
Well,
but
the trans kids thing is fascinating. So a few years ago, a few studies came out showing that, let me try and break down that. It's been a long time since I've covered this, but the suicidality rate was something like 40% among trans people.
Mm-hmm.
But the desistance rate was something like 65 to 95% among young people. So this means when you have a 9-year-old that is showing signs of gender incongruity or whatever you want to call it, like not even necessarily dysphoria, but like, you know, wanting to wear, boy wants to wear girls' clothes. The doctors say, well, do you want a dead son or a living daughter?
Yeah.
The problem is, if desistance rates are between 65 and 95, based on these studies that came out,
you're making
and
it
suicidality
worse.
is around 40%.
You're making
You are
it worse.
increasing the likelihood they will experience suicidal ideation by giving them trans medication. The best thing you can do is nothing. And the problem is for a lot of these parents, how do they accept that the suicidal ideation, the infertility, the joint problems, the eye problems was their fault and they should have done nothing? So you go to them and they say they gave their kid the surgery. You know, Jazz Jennings is a really great example of this. On the TV show, Jazz's mom is talking
I'm going to wring her neck
about forcefully. I recommend you all look up this clip. I'm sure you've seen it, right? Jazz's mom is talking about how Jazz, so Jazz transitioned at 11, puberty blockers, and then got the full surgery, I believe, at 17 in Florida. Jazz's mom is complaining that Jazz won't dilate. That is, inserting a object into the crevice, surgically grafted, and then cranking it to pry this open, which I would describe medically as a wound that the body is trying to close. The mom says, I wake Jazz up at night, grab the dilator, lube it up, and say, if you don't stick this in, I will.
What?
Her dilation. The minute she, but with her, I'm worried about like her mental well-being and her dilation. The minute she leaves my house, we have a dilation problem.
That is a concern.
It's almost like she doesn't want to do it. It means like Jazz doesn't want to do that.
When you don't have that watchful eye, they tend to go back to old patterns.
I have woken
Jazz
out of a dead sleep and taken the dilator and put the lubrication on it and said, here, you take this and you put it in your vagina. If not, I will. But Jazz has had.
That's rape, right? That's rape.
Even when I'm home once a day, I would be so mad if she goes away to college and that thing seals up. I would wring her neck.
That's healthy. That's healthy. WTF? What the fuck? Basically, I do not like these arguments. Every situation is different, and all involved make difficult decisions. The majority is it's trying to do. So I think what I'm gathering here is that you're saying that ostensibly we're painting too broad of a brush. And I don't necessarily disagree that nuance needs to be injected. But I think we need to have the principle that this is wrong and then make exceptions to that rule, if there are exceptions to be made. But this is just the reality of what we're doing. Like that's not an argument. We just watch that and say that is not good for her mentality, Jazz's mentality, and said that on camera, knowing that it's going to be on TLC. The show's sad. A small turf YouTuber had a series on it, but YouTube came after her hard. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, right. I mean, that's what that is. That's what that is. It's almost like you can't make a vagina by aggravating an open wound for the rest of your life. Crazy.
That person should be in prison. But the problem is you go to them and say, you have destroyed your son's life. He's infertile, unhappy, morbidly obese. It's all your fault. They're going to say, no, you're wrong. You're a racist white supremacist, because they have to, in their mind, shield themselves from their own guilt, shame, and responsibility.
Yeah.
And then let's also. Tell me you haven't watched the show without telling me you haven't watched the show. There's an entire series based on what Jazz and her family went through. And can you give me the context? Can you give me the context where it's okay to stick something inside someone's body that they don't want stuck inside of them? What is the context that I'm missing that makes that okay? Give you a chance to answer that. I said, I'm sure there's a handful of people that the trans stuff helped, but there's a lot more that got hurt by it. Bingo. Yes. The doctors involved in this should be embarrassed, but more than that, they should be jailed. Agreed. So again, I do know a significant amount of what Jazz and her family went through. But that's also a non sequitur. Because what is the context where this is okay? What is the context where this is not abuse?
But with her, I'm worried about like her mental well-being and her dilation. The minute she leaves
Oh, the irony. I'm worried about her mental well-being.
my house, we have a dilation problem.
That is a concern. When you don't have that watchful eye, they tend to go back to old patterns.
I have woken Jazz out of a dead sleep and taken the dilator and put the lubrication on it and said, here, you take this and you put it in your vagina. If not, I will. But Jazz is bad. Even when I'm home once a day. I will be so mad if she goes away to college and that thing seals up. I will wring her neck. Can you imagine? No, I can't imagine.
Can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. So the question is, 50, what is the context? What could have happened to Jazz and Jazz's family that makes what we just saw okay? And I'm going to hold you to an answer to that. Yeah, it still doesn't have any adult sexuality. Is basically asexual eunuch for life. Yep. Yeah, that's Munchausen by proxy to a T. To a T. Now, because it was a different type of process than Gypsy Rose, it's a completely different scenario. But I'm pretty sure Jazz started taking drugs at 14, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody wants to fact check that?
With her?
No. But yeah, that's a child. That's a child.
I have seen that clip, and I am horrified by that. I don't know in that case even how much of the responsibility does go to the totally messed up doctors who may have gotten into Jazz Jennings' mother's head, right?
Oh, yeah, but
there's layers. There's levels to this shit. Is it IV or blood transfusion when needed and someone is drugged out of their mind and fighting? The only context I imagine for putting something in someone's body that they didn't want. Fair enough. Oh, that's not it. I don't think this was that. I don't think this was that. But again, 50, if you want to, respond to why me knowing specifically what the family went through changes whether or not sticking a dildo in a wound on a young person who doesn't want it is okay because this, that, or the other happened to the family. Then I guess you're not gonna stick with that one. Vigi said, acting upon Munchausen by proxy needs to be a felony with a life sentence. I mean, I'm not going to say that that's the worst thing that you can do to someone, but the amount of intrusion is I agree. I agree.
I mean, look, when you're so we can agree that the doctors have manipulated Jazz's mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when Jazz chose not to dilate,
yeah,
the idea that you would then forcibly insert an object into a person who's chosen not to do it, now that has crossed into you go to prison.
I agree with.
But 50 says that maybe it's okay because of something. What that something is, we're waiting with bated breath. Medication may have started when Jazz was a teen, but the mom started the social conditioning as a toddler. Oh yeah. And I mean, the reason I don't necessarily focus on that specifically with Jazz is because there's so much more there. There is the fact that that Jazz got the drugs not only underage, but I was gonna say not only underage, but as a teenager, which is never mind, but underage. And then we can see from the TV show that they made about their life and their family that it's not going well. It's not going well.
You. And this is where, again, I loved what Matt Walsh said about Lindsay Clancy when people were debating, like, well, was it the doctor's fault or was it Lindsay's fault? And Matt was like, well, I think they should all go to jail, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I can see where, you know,
maybe in California, I don't know.
Obviously, like the mother should have stopped. But if she in her mind had been told, this is my child's medical.
This is a crazy sentence. I think this earns a screenshot. Make sure you're here on New Year's Eve, where we're going to go through all of the screenshots of the crazy, good, and bad chats and moments throughout the year.
But if she in her mind had been told, this is my child's medical treatment. If my child's refusing this, I have to make sure it happens, right? I would like to see how much of that, you know, brainwashing essentially was coming from the doctors.
And so that, like, not saying, hey, what you said in this video is okay because doctors lied to you and you saw them as an authority and so on and so forth. But that is a factor.
I still think you lock them up.
Yeah,
and
all of them.
Because the challenge is, you know, with
right to jail.
With Clancy, of course. I mean, she killed her kids. Right, lock her up. Sorry, goodbye. You're dangerous.
Yep.
For Jazz's mom, this is child abuse. Granted, Jazz is now much older and is an adult. But for Jazz's mom,
assault.
If we were to say she can't be held responsible because she was lied to by her doctor, that opens the door to a whole lot of funky stuff. Well, you know, I struck my wife because the doctor said that she was undergoing a psychosis that needed physical calibration. It's like, no, we're not doing it. You can't say someone told me, therefore I did thing that's clearly illegal. You know what I mean? I
agree with you. And I do struggle though, because to your point, a lot of these trans situations in particular, the parents were told, well, would you rather have a dead son or a living daughter or whatever?
That's too bad.
I think the doctors should go to jail.
I think the doctors, probably the doctors have the highest level of responsibility. Then next is the activists. Then next is the parents who didn't know any better. And then at the bottom is going to be the kids who are unknowingly, not pushing this, but unknowingly, what's the word? Exacerbating or just allowing to continue growing. There's levels. Hey, we got Alley Cat in the building. Welcome to the party. Again, keep an eye on that timer, guys. It is all, there you go, perpetuating. Thank you. Keep an eye on that timer, guys. We are soon going to members. Oh, actually, we're a little bit behind there. Okay, well, we got a little bit more time than that. I don't know why. Maybe I hit the wrong one, but they're definitely indoctrinated. But like perpetuating the notion that being trans is normal. That it's a something that any old person who's just feeling some type of way. Perpetuating is exactly the word that I was thinking of, or rather, wasn't thinking
a dead son or a living daughter or whatever.
That's too bad.
I think the doctors should go to jail. But I guess I've sat with parents. Thank God that I was friends with them enough to the point where I could tell them, like, yeah, I'm afraid, I'm sorry to tell you, but like my whole industry has gone berserk. You shouldn't listen to them. But they said to me, if we didn't have you to talk to, God knows what we would have done. And so I do.
And I think that's fair. I think we have to have a level of understanding. Especially if you are a parent, then if something is going wrong, meaning not they have a fever or they broke their leg, something that's like, even the doctors are having trouble figuring out what's going on, then it makes sense to put all your trust in that authority. Forever, the institution of medicine and being a doctor held so much weight, and for good reason. And then this happened. Now, it's not just this. I think big pharma in general is a big issue. And when medicine became more of a business, then that was Not just a business, but the business tied into insurance, tied into the government, all that stuff. Fuck up. Things that puberty has been uncomfortable for every human being in history. And all of a sudden, kids are too mentally weak to handle normal biological processes. Give me a fucking break.
Bingo.
Yep.
I feel for parents that are, operating under this idea like, well, gee, if I don't do what the doctor says, maybe that's child abuse, right?
I hear you. I would just stand on the other side of that, in that Google is only 10 seconds away on your phone. And it took.
Yeah, but didn't we spend like 5 years complaining about how all the real information was getting suppressed? So let's put that to a poll. Should we have any grace for parents who trans their kids not because they trusted the doctors? Do I want to add a third option or just make you go black and white, yes or no? Should we have any grace? Let's go yes or no. Any grace? Should we have any grace for parents who trans their kids because they trusted doctors?
No time at all to look up, the things that we tracked on over the trans issue over the past 10 years. Very easily contested and very easily understood to be something you want to hold back on.
Obviously.
Now, so to say that I
now
didn't do the research, I didn't look into it, I just did what my doctor said. I'm sorry. Sometimes there are bad doctors, and let's say just criminals in general. If a guy came up to you and said, I'm a doctor, here's my badge, stab your wife, you go, I guess I have no choice. And then the argument is, well, you should know that stabbing your wife is bad. Not if he said, quick, she's going to die unless you actually, let me put it this way. You know the story about the guy who would call women and have them cut their nipples off?
No.
You never heard this? Was big in the 90s, I think. He would crank call women saying he was a doctor and then tell them that they needed to do a special screening for cancer. Actually convinced women to take steak knives and slice their own nipples off in pain and flush them down the toilet. And of course, that guy went to jail for it. I am not going to, and in this instance, they only harmed themselves. But if this person took that knife and then went and harmed another person because a guy on the phone told him to, you got to lock them all up.
No, yeah, I do agree with you.
And so I want to be clear that when I'm saying grace, I'm not saying, well, you don't get the same punishment. I'm saying, do we personally understand that we used to live in a world where you could trust doctors, and doctors might say things that were counterintuitive, but you trusted them because they were the doctor? Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So 80% of people in therapy are women. 80% of therapists are women. 80% of women therapists are in therapy with a woman. Women sabotage each other because sexual competition is a sabotage cycle. They might go a little bit deeper than that, but you ain't wrong, brother. You ain't wrong. He said, if your kids say they were Superman, you wouldn't toss them off a building so they can fly. Right, but you already have the context that kids can't fly. You already have that context. And so completely take it away from that and focus on the medical aspect of it. If you were, somebody, if you were a parent during COVID and you were told that it's very dangerous for young kids, toddlers, teenagers, whatever, to get COVID, and you should give them the jab. That's what all the doctors are saying. By what mechanism does one have to say, no, I know better? I don't know.
I would just say again, to your point, though, even about doing a simple Google search, that was part of the problem, is that especially during the trans thing, you would get taken off the air. Okay, I'll say that was one of my personal, coming out of the closet moments. The first part for me was masking kids. That was my first time just, I was building my practice and I was really excited.
What about when they made kids wear masks and then cut off?
Yeah. And so, okay, that's a great distinction. So the kids wearing the masks, and then the kids wearing the mask where they cut the hole out for marching band. You should have a frame of reference to understand the world and science, basic science enough that if you're wearing a mask and you cut a hole in that mask and that mask isn't doing anything, that you should be expected to know in the same realm that you should be expected to know that if you toss your kid off a building, they're not going to be able to fly. But wearing the mask itself, by what mechanism are you determining all of the doctors are wrong? Anyone, as she said, anybody who's giving that information is being heavily suppressed. And if you don't know where to look, there's no official alternative theory. And so it's not about, well, the doctor said something that I know is crazy, but I'm listening to the doctor just because it's the doctor. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, I have no fucking clue. But the doctor says, not only is this the correct thing, but it's important that we do it. What are we using to say, no, you're wrong? Bristol coming through the instrument. Yeah, exactly. Like that, you should be able to see that wearing a mask with a hole cut in it. That's stupid. What do you have to understand the other things? Surgical masks exist to stop bacterial infections, and in incisions, they don't stop viruses. This used to be common knowledge. But again, this was a novel virus, and they were saying it was airborne. And anyone saying, that's not how that works, was being suppressed. So I think it's very easy. It's very easy in hindsight to be like, oh yeah, obviously that was wrong. But a bunch of you have the jab. So I don't know what we're talking about.
Hole in the mask so they could blow into their saxophones.
I know, or swimming, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we laugh, but again, for me, that was my red line. I had a
leak it. Early release.
3-year-old at the time. And I was just like, I not only cannot do that to him, but I started, writing op-eds and, speaking out about it, even though I knew I was going to get a horrible amount of backlash and roasting, for my own field. But the trans thing was the same way as what I'm trying to say. Do you remember there was a time when you couldn't just do a Google search and watch a conversation on YouTube, like the one that, we're having now?
Or you could, but all of them would be aligned with what the narrative was. So again, I ask, by what mechanism are we understanding a novel situation that we know better than the doctors? Even a surgical mask doesn't filter particles small enough to stop a virus. I know that. Do you think that I don't know that? I know that. I'm not asking you whether or not we should put masks on kids for COVID. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they lied about all of that stuff, and you're expecting everybody to know that the government, the FDA and every doctor is lying to them. How would you know that? So do you agree, Nikki, that this is what's so insidious? Because it sounds to me like you're saying, well, it doesn't matter that Fauci and Trump and Biden and every governor and every doctor and every person was saying, do this, get the jab, mask up. But everybody should have known better. So anybody who jabbed their kids should go to jail. That's the same logic.
About the trans issue.
I mean, it was more difficult because of the mainstream media, but we did our show all throughout this. When Dylan Mulvaney was rising to prominence, I flat out said this person is faking being trans, and here's why. We talked about autogynephilia and all of those things. It was difficult, but
right. But again, you were one person in a giant media landscape. And so why would somebody who doesn't know any better, even if they did find your video, why would they think that, oh, well, Tim said it. All the doctors and the government and everybody else and that doesn't make sense. You're looking with hindsight. Octavius won a 63-37. Every debater I talked to about it on both sides of the aisle told me I won. So I'm chalking up to unbalanced viewer base. That is very, very common. I do think, like I said, I didn't agree with your position, but so that may be the bias on my side. But he definitely didn't have a great, a great argument. He didn't seem prepared for anything. But well, I don't think hate speech is real. So it's like, okay, fair, but you got to do a little more than that. I think that giving your kid an unnecessary vaccine isn't quite the same as cutting their dick off, though. Did I say that it was? You're deflecting. Why should we not? It's not the same degree, but it's an irreversible medical process. So with one irreversible medical process, the parents should know better. But with another irreversible medical process that has way more information going to what we now know is wrong, they are supposed to know better. That don't make no sense.
About how to feel in all of those things. It was difficult, but available. And so what I will say is, if a doctor prescribes something, I would agree it's challenging for a parent to know in a broad sense, right? If they say, insert drug name is what your kid needs, I'm going to be like, okay, I guess. I don't even know what the word means.
There we go.
And then if it causes harm to your kid, that's the doctor's fault for a bad drug.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a line in common sense,
yes.
and like lobotomies and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, I think
exactly. So there is absolutely a line. There's absolutely a line. And we're talking about what Nikki said. Your kid said they were Superman. You wouldn't toss them off a building so they could fly. Yes, correct. Because we already have an understanding of how the science behind that works. That's not the same with trans. That's not the same with COVID. Try to live as people did 120 years ago as much as possible, and always wait at least 20 years before adopting new surgical procedures or social norms. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that also is too black and white. Because let's say that COVID was more like the fucking plague, and the vaccine actually did work. You really want to wait 20 years and die so that you, don't die? I feel shown known better in both cases, but I call BS on the COVID thing from day one. Yeah, so did I. Actually, I guess I didn't. I just didn't think it was that serious. But again, we're talking about a doctor. Or perhaps a doctor that you've been going to your entire life and now bring your kids to. Saying, no, trust me, this is right. Yeah, but I saw Tim Pool said that it was bad. And there was someone in the chat, Nikki Dark Angel, that also said that it was BS. Do we think that's going to hold water? Okay, so I think I understand why Wilson left the team. They don't seem to know much about the community. That's the World War debate one you're talking about? I did not know that. All right, let's dive back in.
Common sense and like lobotomies and stuff like that, right?
Right. Well, I think especially post-COVID, a lot of us, myself included, are really just, waking up and starting to be able to push back. But I am so glad that, frankly, Tim, you were one of the shows that helped me to find my own voice. Because I talk about this in the book, too, that when we see other people speak up and we see somebody say something, it's like the emperor has no clothes type of thing. Right.
Yep.
And it empowers people. So you be you keep doing it.
Let's talk about this component.
I think you could have got a little harder before Kylan had been like, can we keep it calm?
So I refer to the mainstream liberal left as a cult. And the reason why
you gotta force it you gotta force it like Jazz Jennings' mom shoving a dildo into her son. Oh, God.
the mainstream liberal left as a cult. And the reason why, and it's very offensive to them, and you're probably all offended now that I said it, but I'll explain, that their values are inconsistent as a voting bloc. There was a graph that came out, I think it was like 2019, showing the
10 a.m. What? Who's doing fucking 10 a.m. debates? Oh, hell no. My brain doesn't start working until like noon. So, fair. Got her.
graph that came out, I think it was like 2019, showing the social and economic distribution of the parties. The Republican Party was evenly split economically, but fairly unified socially. So the way the grid was, the further up, you were more conservative socially, more liberal socially. The further left, you were more economically left. The further right, you're more economically right. The right-wing faction included communists.
Fair.
The thing that the Republicans agreed on was that woke was crazy, right? DEI policies.
I ain't about that shit. Like, shout out to Horseradish. I do like the fact that, he wants to have a more, I guess, intellectual and not blood sporty platform. But, like, debate is a debate. If you're passionate about something, like, I don't know. So, good to know. Good to know that if they hit me up, I gotta find exactly where the line is. Because I don't have the ability. I mean, I guess I do, but yeah, mid debate, like especially if I'm not doing well and I can win through fucking blood sporty shit, I'm gonna do some blood sporty shit. Let everybody hate me, then get kicked. That's clout, baby.
Republicans agreed on was that woke was crazy, right? DEI policies of
woke 1.0 is crazy.
Or restricting based on race or the transgender stuff was all bad. So there were people who were progressive, pro-progressive tax, pro-choice even, but culturally they agreed, even though economically they disagreed. Laissez-faire capitalists in the same political party as socialists. The Democratic Party was clustered, tightly packed, all in the same quadrant of left economic.
Cluster? I barely even know her.
And left social worldview. We also saw another study showing the diversity of thought among the left and the right. And on the right, you have a bunch of different political factions. On the left, you had a tightly knit. This was this graph that was a left and a right one. We've seen it repeated over and over again. And this meant that if there was something that was inconsistent, the left would stand by it based on the social group, not by the facts. So a good example would be, I'll cite Hassan Piker, who has routinely been critical of the military-industrial complex because that's a leftist talking point. But also he was pro-intervention in Ukraine because the liberals wanted him to be. How could he hold two in...
Speaking of the Shocktober man himself, Jenks' nephew, I put up a community tab post. Every single time I try to show you guys the legendary series from More Pegasus, it's always like in the midst of like a drama arc or something, and so it doesn't hit because it's like if you didn't watch the last episode, you didn't know what was going on. Today, let's fucking get the. I want you guys to all. What the fuck? All of you need to watch the legendary series. Someone put together like a supercut of all the Shocktober stuff, and it catches you up on a lot of the inside jokes, so to speak, and become a daily viewer, as I am. 50. Is this going to answer my question about what would be the proper context for what Jazz's mom said? 2026, yes, recorded 2,500 confirmed cases, measles cases. So no, you're not going to answer. So again, the question was, since you said I don't know Jazz and his family, what is the context? What is the context where this is acceptable?
And said, here, you take this and you put it in your vagina. If not, I will.
What is the context that you now learn, oh, Jazz and family went through this, so now that's okay. That's the question on the table.
But Jazz is...
Every time. Come on, bitch. Oh, well, perfect timing. Shout out to Trey Williams. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Trey for the big 5. Thank you. So, very much. All right, you gotta go get it. Did he see it? It's hidden behind his tail. Is he gonna find it? You can see it right there. Oh, right there. He's like, I know there's something there. Oh, missed it. Oh, you lazy fucker. You see it in front of him? Oh my God. All right. Come here, you. Oh, you did get it. All right. There you go. I need you on camera. They pay more when you're on camera. Shout out to Trey. Thank you. So very much. So I'm late. Whoever said men don't need therapy should never be listened to. I would have took myself out without it. Interesting, because we were definitely talking about how it isn't a matter of men don't need help. It's whether or not the version of talk therapy that we have actually is the best solution. So I mean, I'm glad you got help, and I also I've gotten help from other people. The question is, was that the best way to get help? And I'm sure it wasn't cheap. But thank you so very much. Let's aid you to the band. And that brings us to 42 out of 250 for the week. 4 out of 15 for the night. And 42 out of 75 for the night. Thank you. So, very much. Boom. Very much appreciated. Let's dive back in.
Sad.
Military-industrial complex, because that's a leftist talking point. But also he was pro-intervention in Ukraine because the liberals wanted him to be. How could he hold two inconsistent worldviews?
That's kind of where I like Lethe just hit me up. He was like, "Oh, you didn't want to debate the prompt on Friday?" I'm like, I'm not really trying to just debate. It's like if there's something I care about, I'll debate it. But I don't really care about debating just to debate. You know what I mean? They did ban Destiny 2 and he might be facing jail time for Kylegate. What is Kylegate? I knew he had some shit with, what is it, Pixie? I think that was the name. We got a hungry dance. Dance it up, pup. Damn. Yeah, right? These used to be like common childhood illness like chickenpox. I've had chickenpox. I've not had measles. Elcat said, still, Hassan is getting peak traction right now with the rise of the DSA. I think that's actually a good thing. I think he's been in a perfect sized bubble where, like, we, remember, as I said in the very beginning, we're the weird ones. Most people aren't online talking about politics for hours at a time. And so we very obviously know who Hassan Piker is. But most people would have no reason to. And then the fact that, the rise of the DSA is getting him a lot of attention, and then the fact that he's got all the dog shocking shit, I think it will be the beginning of his downfall. That is my prediction. Clock it. Trey said, in my personal opinion, it is dealing with my sister dying on top of childhood trauma, and being able to get my raw feelings out was the best thing for me. All for it. Very glad that you were able to deal with that. The question is that something that everyone goes through? Is that something that should be standard for men? Or as the earlier poll said, whether men should be in therapy. Some people said never, but most people said either, only in certain cases, or it's up to the person. So I don't think most people are saying definitely never ever do any kind of therapy for any reason. I think it's a little bit more directly responding to the social idea that, well, everybody should be in therapy. And it's not a matter of, this happened to me, so I need help processing that. It's just, I need you to be, my handler. And for the next 10 years, I'm going to come in here every week and just talk about me and what's going on with, my friends and all that shit. I think that's a significantly different than what we were saying earlier about there are uses for working that stuff out. So according to the earlier poll where we were saying should men be in therapy, and I said only in certain cases, I would say that your case would be appropriate. We're getting so bad at communicating as a society, we might be getting to a point that therapy needs to be mandatory for everyone. So which ideas are being espoused in this mandatory therapy? Because now you're talking about the government. So government mandated therapy. You want the government controlling what people think more than they already do. I'm good with that. Find a friend. Lift something heavy. Do some push-ups.
Because the liberals wanted him to be. How could he hold two inconsistent worldviews that we should provide $200 million to weapons manufacturers and the military-industrial complex while at the same time criticizing the military-industrial complex for its foreign intervention in wars? So long it was on the left and you said the right thing, it didn't matter if it was logically inconsistent. So I refer to this as a cult. Many refer to them as non-player characters or NPCs. What makes a person behave this way?
Fear, insecurity, lack of intelligence, lack of drive.
Well, I mean, I have to say that there's two sides to the coin, right? I mean, on the positive side, this helps the left when it comes to voting, right? Like that's why when the left has power in the Senate or the House or whatever, they know how to unite in a vote. But as far as, what makes them that way, I guess this is just, it's kind of like describing the thing that you just said. It's not really offering a reason for it, but it is true that people who are leftist tend to score higher on measures of collectivism, and people who are on the right tend to score higher on measures of individualism. Yeah! So it might be that people who already have a pre-existing collectivist mindset gravitate towards what you're describing in the first place. But as far as what makes them that way in the first place, I don't know.
It's like a binary human mental switch. Some humans are in 0 and some are in 1, I guess.
Eastern cultures tend to act.
Well, that goes back to the idea of the spectrum that is not a binary. It is a spectrum of how well adjusted, according to what we are defining as neurotypical, that people are.
Actually be more in the collectivist mindset. So, I mean,
it could be. There's actually something really interesting and simple. Look at the people who leave Europe for colonization in, from the late 1400s till, even the early 1900s. In Europe, you have dense urban populations, and, there are issues with standard of living, but it's better to live in and around the city than it is to live in the middle of nowhere with no support. So who leaves? Many of the settlers who came to the United States were willing to forego urban living to land on a barren shore with no farms, no food, and just start building.
America. Shay said, so do you think everyone needs therapy? Maybe not an actual therapist, but definitely a real person that will wholeheartedly be there. We see a lot of men end themselves because we are told to hold it in. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the distinction. And that was made at the very beginning. I know you weren't here, but that is the distinction that's being made. When we're talking about talk therapy, we're talking about the traditional, you go in, you sit on the couch, you talk, you just yap, and the person, well, how do you feel about that? Again, that's a very low-hanging fruit characterization of it. But that type of thing is not necessary to deal with the things that men are holding in. Like, this is a great side quest. This is a great side quest. Where is it? Where is it? No, I don't want to boost the post. I said, gentlemen will understand.
Absolutely, man.
Uber for Kegel?
Yes, sir.
Got 2 stops for you?
Yes, please. Okay. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just getting signed on. How about you?
Doing okay. I've been a little better, but hanging in there.
What do you mean?
Broke my leg back in April. Still a little bit of pain.
Damn, bro.
So a little bit of context. This guy is an Uber driver, as you can see, and he does AI songs like really quick as they're getting in the car. And, you know, it's usually funny that the song is about them.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Is that why you're taking Ubers? Can't drive?
Yeah.
People depending on you to get back to work?
Yeah, I've got a team of blue-collar pest control boys that are out there in the summer heat.
Nilly.
Need to get out there.
I'm sorry to hear you're struggling, man. I hope you can get through it.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, we made it to your first stop.
That'll be 5 minutes.
All right, this is going to have to be quick. He said I've only got 5 minutes, but I'm going to make this one special. This guy needs a little encouragement. You got everything you need?
I'm good.
So he took 2 stops, and instead of, you know, just playing some random thing that had his name, that conversation was like, oh, okay. And I've got the second stop, so I'll use that while he's out of the car to do something a little bit more. Just a lot of men get heart issues and deteriorating health due to not letting go of their feelings and stressors. And that's why we need to show that, okay, maybe talking to a therapist might have value in certain cases, but it's not the only way to address mental health.
Off to spot number 2.
Let's roll.
Sorry if I play some music.
Go ahead, man.
Kegel, you've been carrying more than people know. Smiling through the pressure, trying not to let it show. You don't have to have the answers. You don't have to be so
Bro, just living his life.
Even when you lose your way, it doesn't
Shit's
mean
fucked up. Going broke. Broke his leg.
So take a breath and give yourself
Gotta take
some
Ubers
grace.
everywhere.
Clouds won't always cover up the way. There's a light inside you, nothing can erase. And you're closer than you think to better days. You've got this, you can do it. 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 Cable, don't be so hard on yourself. You were never meant to walk alone. Every difficult day you've survived is proof of just.
I actually have something for you, man. This is for you.
Man.
So I give him some money or whatever. But again, the oh wait, is that, no, that's not really. The point obviously being that with your average man, there's something right below the surface. Right below the surface. But we just learn that you gotta fucking deal with it. Nobody gives a shit. You know, hey, how you doing today? Oh, could complain, but nobody care. There's truth in jokes like that. And so to see that just a silly song that's saying, hey, you can do it, can break a man down. That tells you absolutely, as Trey's saying, there are things that men need to address for their mental health. And the question is, sitting down with some lady, some leftist, is that the best thing? That too. There's Christians here. Well, humble brag here.
On a barren shore with no farms, no food, and just start building. So the people of the United States are largely built upon, they're the descendants of that mental state.
Don't tread on me.
Which has probably a genetic component, a deeper
no step on
willingness
snack
to live in the middle of nowhere, to be responsible for yourself.
Temperament
to
is heritable.
So we look at Europe now, and they're very docile because the people who are not and who are aggressive came to the United States.
They had a brain drain of individualism.
Interesting.
So the people who stayed had kids, and Europe is very much now, the world happens to us. And the United States largely has descendants of, we happen to the world.
Yeah, my husband and I joke about this because our son can be very headstrong, but we both can be rather headstrong ourselves. And so we're just like, well, I guess he comes by honestly.
Anyone.
You know?
Yeah. That is so I do wonder about that, especially, Eastern, obviously, we see a lot of communist countries.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder about it, though. Is it because for these cultures or just for this mental state, there's less risk in just doing as you're told?
Well, I mean, that may be true. I mean, and just, to be fair, I have to say, like, people who like collectivist cultures, they tend to prioritize the wellness of the group over their own needs. They tend to, prioritize intergroup harmony and things like that. Now, as somebody who's definitely more of an individualist, don't tread on me type myself, I would say, look, I really think that the group will be better if everybody understands what they want and, is able to do their own thing. But I don't want to seem like I'm demonizing collectivist mindset type people.
I actually
generally, we don't want that collectivist shit. So real quick, guys, just a reminder that a brand new Substack is out. We got the question of the week. What is your worst habit? Kind of falls in line. Enter the bubble. Oh, I was out of the bubble of politics. And then, okay, we got the videos of the week. People waking up. White culture versus American culture again. Keeps coming up. A bunch of shit, man. You know, what I'm watching, shout out to Shane Gillis and Tires. That shit is fucking hilarious. And of course, the TIJ throwback to the Manosphere days almost 3 years ago to the day. Almost 3 years ago to the day. Don't check it out. It is absolutely free and comes out once a week every Sunday. So I was not paying attention to the clock, so you guys got some extra time, but it's time for the members only after party. But wait. If you're not a member, still hang out. The stream isn't going anywhere. It's just the chat that is going to members only. And since I'm so nice, we'll leave Rumble. And you know what? Since we got our you good? Okay? What happened? You ate that too fast? You good? Jesus Christ. He's like, what was I saying? Yeah, so since we got some Twitchers in the building, we'll keep that open. We'll keep that open just for tonight. So I will give shit. I don't know how to do this. Home, channel, content, back to Twitch. How do I find the link to my own
pirate? I've got tickets in my ship. Okay,
we'll just do
every.
Okay, we'll just do
every.
Okay, we'll just do
every.
Okay, we'll just. Okay, fuck Twitch. Twitch is on some bullshit. God damn it. Okay, there we go. So, Twitch link in the chat. So we'll get rid of Rumble and we'll keep Twitch open. How about that? I'm so nice. Before we go, we'll get into what you guys are saying. Understanding emotion is lib shit. That's gay. That's fucking gay. What do you want? Trey said, tell my 13-year-old son every day you can talk to me and that it's okay to let your feelings out because I didn't get that as a child, and he calls me every day. He feels anything, and I love it. There you go. There you go. And so if some shit really does happen, shit happens in all our lives, don't you think it's better for your son to know that framework already exists than to have a professional that's going to go out there and have to learn about his whole life story and then is dependent on what exactly he tells and all that stuff. That's kind of more the point that we're going at, that you need someone in your life, but it doesn't have to be somebody with a PhD and a license, this, that, and the other. Now, Jerry Renner. Welcome. Tires does rule. Hell yeah. Sorry, women. If you know, you know. All right. The great names, get over to Twitch if you want to roll with us. Rumble, you are out of here. Boom. And now YouTube is going to oh, God damn it. Members only. There we go. It's members only after party. Let's fucking go. What is good? I didn't get a link for fucking. Let's see if Soapbox. They said they were doing shit. Because I usually just ask you guys, do you want to keep going or do you want to go? But, I'm not going to be begging people, you know? All right, I guess they didn't stream tonight. We'll keep it going. I really do kind of want to see her reaction, but I don't have the patience. All right, moving on. Getting rid of the Rumble chat. Twitch chat taking up the whole screen. Let's go.
I think the end result of collectivism will always be individualism. I was flying to Ukraine back it was end of 2013 when the protests were kicking off before it became a civil war, whatever you want to call it now, or an invasion, actually. And it's actually funny because back then there's no war. So flying from London, we had a layover in Moscow. So we go London, Moscow, then Ukraine. It's the fastest way to get there. In Moscow, in the airport, all we did was land from London, then walk to the next terminal. When they called for seating for the plane flight to Ukraine, what do we do in the United States? You go to the airport and they'll say now boarding, they'll say, executive platinum or whatever. And then you get up pre-boarding. Then they go, now group 1 may board. And then group 1 goes in and then now boarding group 2.
All right, guys, we got that new goal going. And remember, double points for every donation to the weekly movie night.
In Moscow, they said, we're preparing to board group 1. Every single person got up and jammed their bodies in front of the door, holding their tickets out, waving, and pushing each other past. And so I was like, whoa. I was like, I guess this is what we're doing. So, I'm a young man, shoved my way through, pushed people out of the way, scanned my ticket, and went on the plane. And I thought about that, like, wow, why did they behave that way? Communism made them that way.
Yeah, but where did you go? Everybody fucking left after Bronx Tale. And I owe Nikki a movie because I didn't know what to do and I felt stupid and then I felt like I should have done that. Where did everybody go?
If during the 69 years of communism, 3 generations,
69,
you were a collectivist who said, I believe in communism and the system will work. You got your book, you went to get your bread, and your family starved to death. But if you were willing to slit a throat figuratively or literally to get extra food, you survived. So after 3 generations of the people who shoved each other out of the way survived, because of scarcity, the end result were people who did not wait in line because they're children. The only reason those people had children is that they were willing to cut in line to get food before it ran out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's why I think, ironically, a lot of the be kind crowd can be some of the nastiest people, right?
Yeah.
Suicidal empathy.
Because I remember I might have told you this once before, but it was actually during the Wall Street protests, Occupy Wall Street. I was in New York at that time, and I was walking home from 7th Avenue and 13th Street, and a man in the Occupy Wall Street march just broke out and shoved me. Yeah, and I remember because I was a student at the time, and so I was wearing this silk scarf that was a big deal to me at the time, and I think he saw it and
Don't forget, guys, I put the link in the chat if you want to go over to Twitch and still be part of the show.
It was marked me as bourgeoisie or whatever in his mind. And but yeah, I think you're onto something there, because I think when people are in an oppressive system of control, whether it be communism or whether it be, this kind of collectivist speech mindset where you cannot express yourself. You cannot say, actually, I feel like we have too much immigration and, maybe there are too many Somalis that have come here to Minnesota.
This goes all the way back to when I had Peter Boghossian on the channel. I think we're going to cover him again soon. But he was talking about how he does the street epistemology. If you're not familiar, he goes to usually to a campus or something similar to the change my mind kind of stuff, but a little bit different, where he has just a doormat, and there's a neutral one, there's a slightly agree or disagree, strongly agree or disagree. Everybody starts on neutral, and then he gives a prompt or whatever, and then everybody moves to where they want to go. And they're like, okay, well, you're on slightly agree. What would it take for you to go to completely agree or whatever? And he was saying that, you go through and you ask these questions and people give their opinions. And then it gets to the trans thing. Remember, this was in the height of it. You get to the trans thing and people just go to the mat where they think they're supposed to go because they're scared. Exactly what we're talking about here.
Migration, and maybe there are too many Somalis that have come here to Minnesota. Next thing you know, Shiloh Hendricks is popping off at the mouth, going like a little too far, which can happen when people feel like they can't express themselves peacefully.
She didn't do anything.
I don't know about that.
Did she strike anyone?
Well, no, but I would feel the same if there were a black Somali that was calling a white child a white demon. No. I agree with that. I don't think she should be criminally liable.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't do anything.
No.
Right, but there's a difference between she didn't break any laws, and she didn't do anything untoward. That's very clearly what what's her face? Chloe is saying.
Obviously, she was offensive to the decorum of public society.
Yeah.
Fucking Tim. You gotta be, always has to be right.
And that's all I'm saying is that when we don't allow people to have frank and honest conversations about what they really think about social issues,
like calling things gay and retarded,
the things fester and they come out in more, clumsy social outbursts. But no,
Right.
I totally agree with you. It's not like she should have been criminally prosecuted.
Well, this is what's going to keep happening in this country because, I've argued that there is no constitution anymore because a constitution, the literal definition, we as Americans refer to it as a document. And that's because we wrote one down. But most countries don't have them. They have unwritten constitutions. The word constitution was just a reference to what constitutes the moral worldview of the body politic. So if 80% of the population believes in free speech, then the Constitution guarantees you free speech. That's it. The UK has an unwritten constitution. In the United States, we've written one down, but it's meaningless because if you have an area that is 97% Somali and the police are Somali and the judges are Somali,
Minneapolis,
and you go into that neighborhood and call them a slur for Somali people, you think you have free speech? That ain't gonna happen. Because if they don't just arrest you and lock you up, you'll get killed in the street. And then what? So, I always tell people this.
And then you call the Somali police.
You think there's a constitution protecting you, but I implore you, just go to like K-Town in Chicago and talk about your rights. Go walk down the street saying you got free speech and see how much that plays out. Why? What people need to understand is authority. And we might say, I have a right to free speech. That's a principle you believe in. No, the First Amendment protects it. The First Amendment protects you from the government. The government is the principal authority of the United States. But as
Unfortunately, the leftists gobbled up this phrase, but freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequences. Now, to them, that means, well, you said a mean word, and the consequences of that are now I'm allowed to hurt you. Where the reality is, maybe somebody will hurt you. That doesn't make that okay, but those are the consequences. Ask Joe the Builder.
Doesn't mean that they have principal authority in every part of the United States. Go to K-Town in Chicago and ask who the authority is, and they're going to say, "You think the cops come in here?" So you want to walk down the street expressing your free speech in an area like Shiloh Hendricks did, you'll die. And then ask who the authority is, and the Chicago police are going to be like, "We ain't got nothing to do with that." So what rights you think you have are based on who has the authority in that area. And you can believe it's the government, but...
Okay, but you just said we don't have a constitution. And then the next words out of your mouth were that it doesn't have to be written down. It's just the general of the body politic. So you're saying that there is no general idea at all? Because I would argue that there is too many people. Yeah, right? Like, well, she's like, yeah, that's what I fucking said. But yeah, if you're saying there's no constitution, but the constitution doesn't have to be a piece of paper, it's just what we drive towards, then you would have to make the argument that this country is split 50-50. When it's not. It's very clearly not. We have the far left, and we have the far right as well, which is not nearly as big or influential, but both there. And there's everybody else. And there might be slight differentiations in individual positions, individual issues. But I disagree that there's no constitution of what it is to be an American.
Not if the gangs have it.
I would just say there's a lot of people who don't abide by it.
Anything to say about it. So, what's going to happen to this country with
nobody went to Twitch.
Go to Dearborn, Michigan, and hold up a photo of the prophet and see if your free speech is upheld.
Did you hear what Jake Lang did there today?
Not today, but I've seen a lot of what he's been doing.
He went and burned a Quran there today.
Whoa!
Based.
Yeah.
See, that's a good move. You know what I mean? Like, now listen, And I got criticisms of Islam and Sharia and stuff. Burn a Quran. Come on.
You know,
Now he's allowed to do it if it's his.
Well, yeah, why not? What's worse? Burning a book or saying something that you know will offend somebody? Both are legal. But which is worse?
As long as he's doing it in a way that's not going to start a fire.
I would agree with you in general that it's in poor taste, but in that particular situation, you know that he was assaulted there for just holding up a sign and saying Christ is King.
Yep.
And so I think what he was trying to do was to say, I will not be cowed. I will not be intimidated. I'm going to do the thing that you hate the most just to show that I will.
Based.
So long as there is no risk by burning something, if it's yours,
you already said that.
It's free speech.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, although, as you said, holding up a, picture of Muhammad, that would be interesting. Did you see that Oxford debate where the guy was like, well, I'm going to pull it out now. And it was some other cartoon.
That's what she said. I don't know. I would have to find it. Oh, maybe it's on here. Maybe it's on here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. We had some very interesting comments. I didn't have it. I could have sworn I fucking had it. No. Somebody was, replying to either the short or the video that I put up, where Candace is like, "Yeah, they don't care about evidence. That's why they watch my podcast." And someone responded saying that Andrew did such a bad job because he read a statement off of his phone.
What?
I'm like, show me any debate from modern day debate, speakeasy, horseradish, World War debate, all the way to the Oxford debates that she's talking about, where people don't have a written, prepared opening statement. Tell me you know nothing about debate. Tell me you know nothing about debate. Oh my God, he had an opening statement.
But yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I'm terrified to see where all of this is going to go. But that's why I just think it's really important to talk about free speech as a mental health value, because I feel like a lot of times, and it's insane that my own field is the worst as far as like validating this idea of hate speech and saying like we have to, quote, be kind and censor ourselves for the mental health of others. I just want people to know the opposite is true.
I
ain't doing that shit.
Free speech, liberalism works inside of a closed system that is secure. The United States, when it largely had a Christian body politic that believed in the amendments, it moved and it was progressing. So we had a lot of bad things in this country: slavery, of course, the civil rights stuff, all that fighting, which resulted in things like the Civil Rights Act, which I'm 50-50 on the Civil Rights Act, but Loving v. Virginia, I think, was the right move. It's insane to think that pre-1967, like a black person and a white person couldn't just have a relationship. It's wild. It's actually still illegal to cohabitate in West Virginia based on gender.
Damn.
Yeah, men and women aren't allowed. Oh. It's on the books. It's illegal for a man and woman to live together unless they're married. It's kind of wild how things work. The problem is, eventually liberalism goes off the cliff. And the issue that I see now with like free speech is the classical liberals that founded this country and allowed for free speech and all of these things have opened the door to the intolerant to come in and destroy those values. You lose.
Tolerating
free speech is a good thing. But what if the dominant faction? What if you have a faction in your country that says we can call for the destruction of your way of life, including free speech? It's our free speech. And when you challenge them, they beat you up. When you stand up and speak freely, they beat you up. And there's too many of them to stop. At a certain point, you have to say, okay, no more. You're not allowed.
Well, I think
mob mentality. That's where democracy or direct democracy gets.
We actually have that now. So we have some old sleepy laws that haven't been used in a long time that people are talking about again, which are laws against communism, against calling for the overthrow of the government.
Yep. Let's go.
So
lock them up.
I would actually
send them to the gulags.
They'd be very interested in those. And I mean, even again,
but what I mean is like even Islam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't show a picture of the prophet because someone will kill you, or in like the UK, we've seen beheadings and stabbings. It doesn't have to be the entirety of the, it doesn't have to be every single Islamist to go out and engage in violence, but only one, and people get scared and they stop speaking.
That's why Jake Lang burned the Quran, I think, not to be a jerk.
Pushes back.
She got him. She got him. He was like, oh, well, that's great. I don't know about all that. It's like, yeah, well, that's why he did that, because exactly of the thing that you're saying. Got him.
Back on what they've been encroaching upon. The point I'm just bringing up is we can talk about how important free speech is all day, but when we afford free speech to people to destroy our free speech, I say no to that. I used to be very free speech. I used to be very, I don't agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death of your right to say it. Not anymore. Now my attitude is, if your advocacy is for the destruction of my values, then I will not grant you those protections.
Now, when you say my values, though,
well, and I'm, that was something that he developed when I was still, watching him every day, and I didn't agree with him at the time, because I was like, a principle is a principle. If you're changing it, then it's not your principle. It's just your position. But I do, I have maybe a better understanding, or my own version of that, where it's like, if let's say fucking Vigi got banned from Twitch for some reason, then, like, regardless of the fact that I don't agree with all of his politics, I would still be willing to speak out. Like, not like I could do anything, but let's just say that I could. I would be willing to speak out for him personally. But in general, somebody who is like Tim is saying, trying to use their free speech to trample on my free speech. Now, I'm not going to go and snitch and call on the government like, no, this person said this on that channel. But I'm sure as shit not going to help you. I'm sure as shit not going to put my reputation out there. Not for that.
Oh, I assume you don't mean like your values on like a very nuanced level, right? I would hope maybe we just mean the values, say, of the Constitution, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If there's a guy wearing a bandana, a balaclava with communist symbols all over it, and he's flying a communist flag, and he says, this country must be communist, and we have to maintain free speech for everybody, even the neo-Nazi guy to my left. So I look over and I see a neo-Nazi guy holding up a swastika flag, and the communist is saying he's allowed to do it. I say, I'll defend you. I'll defend to the death your right to wave that communist flag, because you are actually upholding values that we agree upon. But if that communist waves the flag and then I come up and say, I want to challenge you, so he punches me in the face, I say, you don't get free speech anymore. Because if the purpose of your speech is to strip everyone of free speech, it is not actually protecting free speech to allow people to behave in a way that destroys that right.
No, I totally agree. So, but then what would you say about ideologies or groups that will only let on how they really feel when they have enough political power, the way that, for example, communists or Islamists tend to do?
You let it happen.
So you wait till they reach that
obviously,
tipping
I
point?
understand a communist is going to take away your free speech.
Mm-hmm.
But if he is advocating for the protection of speech,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm not going to play a mind reading game, because when I say something like I believe in traditional American values, they say, yeah, well, blasphemy was illegal 200 years ago. So you're only saying that now. And as soon as you gain power, you're going to make it illegal to blaspheme. And I go, that's not true. So as long as we are all advocating for, in our speech and practices, the right of people to express their ideas, then I'm going to let you speak. If you're a Muslim and you're like, and you're preaching the Quran, and a guy comes up and he's holding up a thing about, he says Christ is king, and you say, I respect you, brother. You're allowed to speak. Please share your ideas. I will disagree. Then I have no problem.
Same.
I don't like the Islam,
Yeah.
but if he's not going to cause problems and we can have those discussions, that's the right way to do it. If you go and punch a guy who's holding up a Christ is king, I'm not going to complain when Jake Lang comes and burns a Quran. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
I mean, you kind of did complain, but now I'm being pedantic.
Yeah.
Man, I'm worried about that guy's safety.
I am too. And honestly, I think that he's offering himself as a martyr. I think he's very well aware that something terrible could happen to him. And I think he's offering himself essentially as a sacrifice to prove the point.
The challenge that I have, and one of the big problems is, you'll get a leftist guy and he'll stand up and say, we all believe in free speech. You're allowed to speak. And then while you're standing there, his buddy walks up and cracks you with a bike lock over the back of the head. And he goes, wasn't me. And so the challenge then becomes, how do you actually even support and maintain free speech when no one does?
When no one does what?
Supports free speech.
Well, what do you mean no one supports free
Nobody
speech?
supports free speech.
You don't?
Well, I do too.
So now he's going to get into the semantics of absolute free speech. And I'm like, well, do you think you should be able to say X, Y, and Z that is pedantic? Jake brought a goat to one Muslim thing and was telling them to stop fucking goats. Yeah, stop fucking goats.
Certain respect, but there's a variance on the limits of free speech, meaning everybody has a different moral line of where speech is free and not. Do you think blasphemy should be illegal?
Okay, so I saw you talking about this the other day. And
she trying to fuck.
The whole Shiloh Hendrix thing in the playground
trying to
actually
fuck.
really got me thinking hard about this too, because
She's trying to get in that beanie.
I wouldn't have been against the idea if there was like a city ordinance of some kind that said you're not allowed to use racial slurs on kids in a playground, right? So that's what we call a time, place, and manner restriction. So I actually did a fair amount of research about this for my book. So
I wouldn't necessarily like fight against that, but I don't love the idea. I don't love the idea. I think that the fact that a kid got called the N-word is nothing even close to the threshold of where we would decide, okay, hey, this whole free speech thing isn't working. I'm not encouraging it or saying it was good, but free speech is free speech. You know what I mean? Remember, he had a doll of Muhammad and was showing Muhammad fucking the goat. They didn't love that. Really? I'm surprised. Oh yeah. She want it. She want it.
Time, place, and manner restriction. So I actually did a fair amount of research about this for my book. So it's fine to have laws like you can say women are stupid, but you cannot get a megaphone and shout it outside of a Girl Scouts meeting repeatedly. The city can deny you an order. For that. And the idea there is
that violates free speech.
Well, no, it doesn't. See, so here's the thing.
Right. Okay, no, I thought they were saying yelling. Right. So that's what I'm thinking. That like, yeah, don't go fucking yelling at little girls that women suck. But that certainly shouldn't be like a criminal offense. It feels woke rightish. I mean, I haven't seen enough to know. She doesn't seem like a liberal. I don't know who she is either. I only know her from this. I've seen her before somewhere. Like I recognize her face, but I have no idea where I've seen her before. Yeah, I don't necessarily get that, but the topic is too narrow. And like she's not specifically talking politics as much as she's talking psychology in the realm of politics. So it's hard to tell.
As long as it's viewpoint neutral, then these types of laws are considered okay according to the Supreme Court. So for example, if you said, well, in this playground, you're allowed to use racial slurs against Black children, but not white children, then you would have a free speech case because then the laws are interrupting the expression
That's
of
not
certain...
what the First Amendment says.
Well, you're right, but I'm talking about Supreme Court precedent from the First Amendment.
This is exactly my point. No one actually
got him. Okay, fair.
Talking about Supreme Court precedent from the First Amendment.
This is exactly my point. No one actually supports free speech. When the founding fathers were drafting the first, it was 17 articles for the Constitution for the Bill of Rights. Initially, they weren't there. The Constitution, most people don't understand. When I say Constitution, they're talking about the Bill of Rights, or they're talking about the amendments themselves. The Constitution itself is largely just the structure of government. Like we have an executive branch, judicial branch, or the powers they get. It's actually a really simple document for the most part. The Bill of Rights get added. When they were discussing it, blasphemy was illegal. So they didn't mean
there needs to be like whether I don't know, like some Key and Peele-esque skit show where they do a skit of the founding fathers being shit-faced as they were talking about earlier. And it's like, all right, how about like, well, fucking obviously England sucks, the king fucking bullshit. How about we just do this and that, and like have it done in like 3 seconds? Be like, I don't know, man. All right, I'll sign that shit. Whatever. Let's go back to. There's something there. There's something there. I think that would be funny. I mean, not as I explained it, but somebody funny could make that funny. You know what I mean?
Blasphemy. And in fact, one of the funniest jokes I think from Tim Castelli we talk about is we'll say things like, if the founding fathers came to America, came to America to see what was happening, they'd flip out. They'd be popping heads already. And then someone will go, actually, they'd be going, wait, you let women vote? And the joke is actually they'd go, you let Catholics vote?
Yeah.
It was way more restrictive back then. If back in 1789, when they were drafting the initial Bill of Rights, you stood outside that town hall meeting and yelled, Christ is not king, arrested. They'd lock you up. They didn't have police back then, so it'd be local militia would grab you, and they put you in holding and be like, you can't say that. That's not allowed. Despite the fact these are the same men that were writing up, you have a right to religion and speech. And in fact, I think that the last court case on blasphemy was... in the 50s. Technically, blasphemy is still illegal. By my modern understanding, free speech, the expression of our thoughts, views, ideology, moral structures, so long as we're not creating an imminent threat, instructing someone to commit a crime, it's supposed to be protected. but it's not anywhere. It varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and every person you ask is going to give you a different answer. So no one actually defends true free speech.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. I guess, again,
there's varying degrees. And I would say to like your argument about free speech is we should be tolerant to a certain degree of views we don't agree with to allow people to express themselves, lest they bottle it up, explode, and you get chaos. However, if we went for free speech absolutism, which I am not, which is words are always legal, then you get leftists standing there being like, in order to make a Molotov cocktail, here's the ingredients and here's what I want you to do with it. And that's free speech because they never actually threw a Molotov or killed anybody. They just said words. But obviously you wouldn't agree with that. Like the right to go out and instruct someone how to make a bomb.
Correct.
So free speech
I don't know. I kind of feel like that should be protected. I think if you're just giving instruction on how to make a bomb, very obviously, I don't think anybody should be using bombs on anybody else if that's not clear. And that goes for individuals and governments. But I'm talking about free speech. Do I think that there should be legal action for something like, let's say they're not even putting it out publicly. Let's say they just text someone. And like someone texts them, it's like, hey, what was this part of that, and how do you do this? And they're like, oh, well, the hydroglycerin works with this and with that. I think as long as you should go do this. You should make this bomb and throw it at that person, or you should go do this and throw it in a crowd of people. That should not be protected speech. But just just the information without any kind of instruction, I think that should be protected. Yeah, it's not a direct threat. And like, again, I think that's bad. People shouldn't do that. And I'm trying to think, is there any kind of like social aspect? Because the First Amendment, again, protects you from the government. And so I'm trying, is there any mechanism that we have? Like, this is a bad example because I'm not there yet, but what I'm trying to get to, is there a reasonable version? This is an unreasonable version, but is there a reasonable version of this where we say, okay, well, if you're black and someone calls you the N-word, then you can tee off on them. Giving qualifiers. So again, that's a bad example because obviously not. You shouldn't, that shouldn't lead to that. But is there any kind of, like, if you're vaguely threatening someone, then some, where I don't know, half-baked thought. There's something there.
Agree with that. Like the right to go out and instruct someone how to make a bomb.
Correct.
So free speech absolutists argue that you're for censorship.
Mm-hmm. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I like to think I'm a free speech somewhat absolutist, like pretty much around the First Amendment. But like you said, there's a couple of
Well, you could very, like, absolutist is a strong word, and because of the fact that Tim is talking about such a narrow version of speech, then you could just say I'm a very strong First Amendment advocate. That doesn't have to be absolute. Damn, I'm gonna be again.
You know, we still have laws in Supreme Court cases. To me, the main thing.
So that's not absolutism.
No, and I agree. I'm not truly an absolutist. But to me, the main thing is that it has to be viewpoint neutral, which is, again, just that you can't. I would actually support, like I said, having a law that much as I love Shiloh Hendricks and don't think that she needs to be charged with a crime, especially because the Somali man that she was convicted of supposedly racially abusing was literally following her with a camera and inviting her to say it again. Right?
You can't tell someone hit me, and then when they do, you shoot them.
Yeah. So in which case, then he should be arrested and charged, as well. So I think what's going on with her is it's a selective prosecution, type of a case,
and that's going to keep happening. Because once the judicial system is overtaken by people of particular ideology in a certain jurisdiction, then the ideology that's law.
And they're
So-
really scared there too. In I almost said in Somalia, in Minnesota. I mean, like there's been cases of juries that are getting paid off, and I mean, it's like an Andy No jury type situation where his jurors were being intimidated.
What I was talking about the other night on IRL is that if we ever got to the point where the Supreme Court was predominantly Muslim, they would ban blasphemy against Islam.
Yup.
And there's precedent in law and history for them to do so. Someone would get criminally charged in, like, let's say you're in Dearborn, Michigan, and you say,
I said shit. Me too. Yours is worse, but they don't like it. They want to tamp down on your ideas. You no speaky. No speak for you.
Someone would get criminally charged in, like, let's say you're in Dearborn, Michigan, and you say something negative about the prophet. So they arrest you for it. You get convicted because you're in a Muslim jurisdiction, and the judges are going to be Muslim. So you appeal. You go to a higher court outside that jurisdiction, and they overturn it. So the jurisdiction then appeals the appellate court, and it finds its way to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is Muslim. They're going to respond with, you have no right to blasphemy, as the founding fathers of the United States maintained blasphemy laws on the books, and that free speech did not encompass disparaging religious deities or ideologies. Therefore, it is perfectly constitutional for somebody, based on historical precedent, to be criminally charged for this.
In the scenario that you're describing,
it really fucking fucks with my timing when it doesn't pause when I want it to pause. I was just going to say subversion, but fucking thing ruined my time.
Based on historical precedent, to be criminally charged for this.
in the scenario that you're describing, would that same court system treat blaspheming around Jesus Christ the same way?
Nope.
Okay, so that's where, to me, it would become a true First Amendment issue because it's a viewpoint discrimination.
I completely agree, but you know what the response is?
It is what it is.
The way courts work. If you go to, let's put it this way. Let's say there is a Democratic Socialist judge in New York. If you showed up dressed like a Southern plantation owner, and this is an example I love to give. So New York protects gender identity, which is defined as self-expression, the clothes you wear, the name you use, the way you speak. You cannot be discriminated against in employment or public accommodation for any of those things. That's how it defines it. So let's say the clothing you choose is a Southern plantation owner outfit with a big white handlebar mustache and a black cane. And the name you choose to go by is Massa. So you go into Harlem, you go to a Starbucks where the staff is all black, and you walk up twirling your cane, and you say, I'd like a Frappuccino, boy. And he says, and your name for the order? I want you to say Massa. Is it reasonable under those human rights laws in New York, because you've decided that you want to look like this and that this black man must call you Massa, should he have to call you Massa? So what's going to happen is, in Starbucks, it's called a public accommodation. If they provide it to anyone in the public, it must be equal and non-discriminatory. So if I say my name is John, you go, John, your Frappuccino is ready. So if you go up there and tell them your name is Massa, that black man's not supposed to go, Massa, I got your drink for you. They're not going to do that. Now, let me ask you this. So they refuse.
Okay, but there's a very big in between. Like, I have a friend on TikTok who's, you know, kind of typical black liberal ideas. Who he's actually a pretty cool dude. He does Lion King on Broadway and works at Starbucks when he's not touring, or not touring, but you know what I mean. I would imagine. I hope I remember to ask him this the next time he comes up with my FYP. I would imagine that if someone came in and put in Massa as the name, and let's even throw in that they were dressed like that, I think he would say, like, hey, this is, you know, I'm whatever. I'll put it on the cup. I'm not saying that out loud. That's what I assume his position would be. Kyle. Shout out to Kyle. That's what I assume he would
for you.
Say, but,
they're not going to do that. Now, let me ask you this.
Because you don't have to put on the fucking, you don't have to put on the accent. I mean, hey, boy, I'm the boy and you're the mess. Like, you don't have to do that. And like, let's strip away the context and let's just say you're a normal customer. Just caramel latte, whatever. What's the name? Massa? Can you spell that? M-A-S-S-A? I don't know if anybody would bat an eye. Maybe they would. But I don't know.
So you file a human rights violation and say, human rights code in New York says I can wear what I want. My name is whatever I want. And if you don't accommodate me the same way as everybody else, you have discriminated. And if it's willful, it's a $250,000 fine. What do you think that judge is going to say to you when you walk in dressed that way saying, my name is Massa?
I don't know, Tim.
He's going to throw you out. He's going to say, the intention of the law is not this. It's ridiculous. What you did was shockingly offensive. In fact, you should be criminally charged for
I agree that might happen. The question is that what should happen?
disorderly conduct, intentionally trying to incite racial hatred. Now, if you showed up to that same Starbucks dressed as a 6'3" man, 250 pounds of raw muscle, ripped, wearing a dress, and he walks up and he's got a beard, I want you to call me Janet. And the guy says, I ain't calling you Janet. Now, what is that judge going to say? This trans person was disrespected by your establishment.
Human rights violation.
Indeed, fine. Now, hold on. It's the same scenario, just different cultural elements. So if it came to a Muslim Supreme Court and you said, this man said Jesus was not king and then insulted the Prophet Muhammad in the same way, saying he's not the prophet, he was not religious, or, did not go to heaven, whatever it may be, the judges are going to say, well, as Jesus is not king, we see no problem with him saying that. And because Muhammad is the prophet, that's illegal blasphemy. That's how courts work. It's really just, because I've harped on this for a bit. I talked with 3 human rights lawyers when in 2018 I was covering this story, and they all outright said, if you show up dressed like a Southern plantation owner, you'll be laughed out of the courtroom.
Is that where you got this example?
Yeah,
This is a really good example.
Well, so I was researching human rights law in New York because of the bathroom bills that were being passed.
Huh.
And so I read the law and it said you can wear whatever you want, you can be called whatever you want. So I said, I want some clarification on the limits of this, because certainly you can't dress like a Southern plantation owner and go to Harlem. That's not legally protected.
What exactly is dressing like a Southern plantation owner? Like, what is the outfit? Like, okay, you got the cane, and I mean, people already have handlebar mustaches. So what exactly are we talking about?
Right? You're intentionally trying to be racist. And all of the human rights, I talked to 3 different firms. They said, absolutely not. The judge would laugh you out of the courtroom. This is what judges are for. They interpret.
How do we know you're not just cosplaying fucking Colonel Sanders?
Interpret the law. The law may say explicitly clothing, but the judge interprets what its intention is. And then I said,
You know. Right, but like how do you make that distinction that I'm not Colonel Sanders? I'm explicitly a Southern whatever. Okay, fair. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm in the same way that this is a hypothetical to understand the limits of the law. I need to understand the limits of the hypothetical. Are you wearing a white suit and then you have a sign that says I'm a Southern plantation owner? I need to get me one of them's. That's what everyone has told me. I need a good Southern belle. 5'2" or shorter, brunette, skinny thick. She don't need heavies, but she need a little bit of a dumper. And green eyes. Oh! The green eyes. Oh, do I love me some green eyes.
So if I show up like a Southern plantation owner, the judge can laugh and say, dismissed, you lose, get out of my courtroom. And go, yes. And I said, on what grounds? And they said, on the grounds that it's patently ridiculous to anybody who looks at it. And I said, I find it patently ridiculous that a 6'3" man, 250 pounds of muscle would wear a woman's dress and call himself Janet. And he was like,
I don't think that's accurate as to how this would play out. Again, it might be. So let's assume we're going all the way to accepting that this person is dressed as a Southern plantation owner, and the people at Starbucks know that he is dressed as a Southern plantation owner. He calls himself Massa, and the manager calls the cops. What exactly, Tim, do you think the cops are going to do? At worst, that person is just going to get trespassed. Just like, all right, you got to leave. They don't want you back here. Nobody's going to court for that shit.
yes, but everyone understands the purpose of the laws. And I said, next.
I do love that milky white ghost skin. Oh, oof.
Explain to me how what if a judge finds it ridiculous? And they're like, oh, no, the law is for this. And I said, see, therein lies the problem. And all the lawyers were just like, look, man, we deal with this in court every day. The law says one thing, and the judge interprets the intention of that law. So when it comes to an issue of blasphemy, I guarantee it, all you need is for one judge to say, Jesus Christ is not king. So in fact, he did not blaspheme. He can say whatever he wants. Muhammad is the prophet. Therefore, it is illegal blasphemy. And you might be like, whoa, but that's not viewpoint neutral. And they're going to say, of course it is. Completely neutral.
So what do we do about it, Tim? Don't leave us with this. What can we do about it?
Nothing. We're all fucked. It's the end of the world. Oh my God. You know.
So look, free speech, I don't think ever really existed in an absolute kind of way. What we're talking about, and I think what you mean by free speech, is tolerance to a greater degree for views that we don't agree with. That is, everyone's going to agree on a certain limit. Like, don't tell someone how to make a bomb and kill somebody. However, Islamists.
I went to Google just to see what the images would be if I searched short, pale girl with a big butt, brunette hair, and green eyes. And this is our girl. Whoa. The fuck? That's not what I wanted to do, but okay. I mean, she cute. I would prefer even a little bit smaller here to have her slim down a little bit, but that's being nitpicky. That's being nitpicky. I would fucking hit that. I would marry that. Right. It depends on it depends on what they look like. For real. Is she wearing some fucking thing that's holding them up, and then you take them off, and it's just fucking eggs on a nail? Or do they got, obviously at that size, they're gonna have a little bit of a little bit of weight to them. But if your nipples reach your belly button, that's nope. Black Irish genetics. Black Irish genetics. Woman. Black Irish is a folklore term, not a scientific genetic classification. It typically describes Irish individuals with dark hair, dark eyes, tan complexions. While myth attributes this look to 1588 Spanish Armada shipwreck survivors. What are we looking at? Okay. I like a longer face over a rounder face. She's got a very round face, but, she slim down. I don't fucks with that. I mean, to me more, Wait, they're like black? Or is this just like... Well, we got
Recent advances in DNA analysis, particularly the study of Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA haplogroups, have revolutionized our understanding of Irish genetic history. What emerges is not a simple tale of foreign invasion or romantic maritime encounters, but rather an intricate genetic mosaic built over thousands of years. The Black Irish phenotype appears to result from a unique combination of ancient population movements, genetic bottlenecks, and the persistence of distinctive allele frequencies in isolated communities. The genetic foundation of modern Ireland was established around 4,000 years ago during the Bronze Age, when a massive population replacement occurred across the British Isles. This transformation is clearly visible in the Y chromosome data from ancient DNA studies. Before 2500 BC, Irish males carried diverse haplogroups, including I2, G2, and H. However, Bronze Age samples from sites like Rathlin Island show a dramatic shift to R1b dominance, specifically the R1bl. 20
any filters? Let's go fast. Okay. Whoa.
Its highest frequencies of MC1R alleles, but this still leaves the vast majority carried.
Is it? The hair, I can't do the bangs like that. That's fucking red flags. But we're getting closer.
Variants that permit
and bad skin,
darker hair color. 4 to 6 expressing. The interplay between these different genetic systems could
fucking gingers. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it.
The underlying genetic.
Okay, now she looked good. She looked good. I would do things that I cannot say on YouTube.
Like, don't tell someone how to make a bomb and kill somebody. However, Islamists will say free speech does not include blasphemy against the Prophet. What we mean by free speech is we're tolerant of views outside of, right? So
that's why Islam really terrifies me, because it's a political and a religious movement. Yeah.
Communists, of course, are going to say you can't speak ill of the party. So when we talk about free speech, we're saying we have to allow a certain degree of dissent, and it's smart to do. So this is why
you probably also know how to help, defrizz me.
I largely agree. And
in more ways than one. Yeah,
talk about the mental health benefits of free speech. This is why I was for the conservative argument of free speech. When they censor all these conservatives from X, they weren't erasing those ideas. They were creating dark, festering pockets, which became unhealthy and created conspiracy nonsense. This is the problem with authoritarianism. So what I would say is,
all right, guys, the timer is running down. Don't forget any donation. We'll keep the party raging. We've got about 3 minutes. You want to leave on a cliffhanger like that?
It's not to be blackpilling that free speech isn't absolute. It's that when I say free speech, I mean greater tolerance than most.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have to recognize limits. And that limit I recognize is if someone is intending to espouse an ideology for the destruction of our ideology, then we can't allow it.
For the ideology of free speech, or for
I guess I would consider it to be post-liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
Classical liberalism says live and let live. But then what happens is barbarians show up at the gates and they destroy you.
Mm-hmm.
Post-liberalism recognizes a lot of the core tenets of classical liberalism, but says it has to be defended by force.
Mm-hmm.
That is, if someone comes out and says, we are going to fundamentally alter your government to the end that we will strip you all of your rights to speak, to engage in nope, we're not gonna let you do that. That's why I said, so long as you're willing, if there's an Islamist and he's holding up the Quran and he's saying, the caliphate will rise and all that, but he is peacefully allowing others around him to argue and debate. And he says, I would never raise a fist. There's a violation of what we believe. You're allowed to speak, but my ideas will win. I say, okay, you're allowed. Right. So that's allowing free speech. But when Antifa shows up with bike locks, bashing people over the head for their speech, we don't allow that. We shut that down. So,
yeah, agreed.
Yeah. This has been fantastic.
Yeah.
It's good. I wish we had a little bit more time, but we were pushing it because for those that are wondering, we filmed this, I think technically still, are they still debating?
This is during the debate.
It was great to have you. Do you want to add anything we missed, or just is there anything we should mention?
Yeah, no, thank you. I know you said that you're not like Mr. into books, but I do want to give you the book.
I'll tell you what I tell everybody. We have a big bookshelf of all the books that I get.
Yeah.
And then from reading news articles all day, every day, someone gave me a book and they came to me and they were like, you get a chance to read it? And I was like, no.
I understand.
But they were like, you didn't read it? And I was like, I'm not going to lie to you.
No,
I just don't have time.
No, I totally got it. But I do want people.
I mean, you guys have seen, I just, obviously, I caught up with everything. So my watch later list is now down to 44 videos. But most of those, not most, oh no, I deleted that, you fuck. So, yeah, literally half of these are debates. We got all the World War debates there. And stuff we're going to cover, but I saw this and I was like, we've been doing, again, because it's the 4-year lull, nothing is happening in politics, things here and there, but even like the debate, on Friday, that is very much, more cultural than politics specifically, you know what I mean? And there's nothing to cover. So shout out to World War Debate, even if they are not running things in the best way, giving us all this content. And we'll run through that. Obviously, things are going to come up, especially for the midterms. We'll be covering anything important, but make sure that we've got stuff to cover. And then after the holidays, everybody's going to start campaigning for the presidential election. And guys, it's going to get crazy. It's chill now. Because again, we're the weird ones. We're the weird ones for caring about this stuff. Soon, everybody's going to care. Like he said, liberalism went from a good idea to a Faustian bargain real quick. Yep. But it's like, again, how do we, it's such a broad thing. It's only after the fact that we can realize, we fucked up, or at least understand the idea of how far we fucked up. But I don't know. So, Nikki, I sent you a DM on Discord. I feel like I owe you a movie, so let's talk. Big shout out to the members. Very, very, very much appreciated. And yes, of course, don't forget that if you would like to help the show and get all this equipment, none of us can fucking afford any of this shit, but together we can crowd fund numero uno being that microphone that won't rape your ears. And, you can go as low as $5 buckaroonies. $5 buckaroonies. Teamwork makes the dream work. Big shout out to all of the donations. We had Wicked Dream getting rid of the ads. We had Boy Boss with the $2 make you holla. Oh yeah, Nifty, you never answered the context where the clip of Jazz's mom would be okay. Got him. And of course, boy Trey Williams. Thank you so very, very much. And as always, he's looking at me. Look at him. He's like, you're bang. Why aren't I getting treats? All right. Since I don't have to do any push-ups, he gets an extra treat. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. I can't tell you enough. I very, very, very much appreciate it. If you are new here for some reason, if you're new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Where is it? That Enter the Bubble thing was me talking about how, I wasn't really doing much in terms of keeping up with politics this week. And so you notice I didn't stream Tuesday or Thursday or Saturday. Need a little break. But now we're back into it. I'm going to make shit go hard, but not in a gay way. Thank you so very, very much, guys, for hanging out. As always, I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the fucking world to us. Thank you so very, very much. Until next time, guys. Wait, did I miss? I've been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I knew I missed something. Until next time, guys, we are out of here.